Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors so that with your help we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Oath of allegiance of new senators.
Acting Clerk, kindly administer the oath of allegiance to the new senators.
I, Elma Kay, do solemnly and sincerely affirm and declare that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Belize and will uphold the Constitution and the law, and that I will conscientiously, impartially, and to the best of my ability discharge my duties as a senator and do right to all manner of people without fear or favor, affection, or ill will.
I, Mark O'Brien, do swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Belize and will uphold the Constitution and the law, and that I will conscientiously, impartially, and to the best of my ability discharge my duties as a senator and do right to all manner of people without fear or favor, affection, or ill will. So help me God.
Congratulations to both of you, Senator Mark O'Brien and Senator Dr. Elma Kay, and welcome to today's sitting to Dr. Elma Kay. I guess it's welcome back to today's sitting.
Announcement by the President.
I wish to inform this honorable House that Senator Antonio Herrera has sent apologies on his absence from this morning's sitting due to health reasons. Honorable members, by letters dated 28 June 2024 and 11th July 2024, Cabinet's recommendation has been signified to the following. 1. Fiscal Incentives Amendment Bill 2024. 2. Southern Deep Port Development Facility Bill 2024. 3. Millennium Challenge Account Belize Authority Bill 2024. 4. Insurance Amendment Bill 2024. 5. Inter-American Development Bank Sustainable and Inclusive Urban Development Program, US $10 million, Loan Motion 2024. And 6. Inter-American Development Bank Improving Efficiency, Quality and Access in Belize Health System, US $14 million, Loan Motion 2024.
Bills brought from the House of Representatives.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Good morning, Madam President and Senators. May I take this opportunity to welcome back Senator Kay and to welcome Senator O'Brien to this Honorable Senate. We look forward to your contributions and to engaging in a debate in the traditions of the Senate. Welcome. Madam President, I rise to take charge of the following bills. Fiscal Incentives Amendment Bill 2024, Southern Deep Port Development Facility Bill 2024, Millennium Challenge Account Belize Authority Bill 2024, National Security Council Bill 2024, Insurance Amendment Bill 2024, Anti-Sexual Harassment Bill 2024, and Disabilities Bill 2024. Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, I move that the bills be taken through all their stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the bills be taken through all their stages forthwith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Paper.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business. Madam President, I rise to lay on the table sessional paper number 82/1/14, Public Utilities Commission, Request for Proposal Regulations 2024.
Honorable members, that paper is ordered to lie on the table.
Motions relating to the business or sittings of the Senate.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President.
Honorable members, the question is that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Public business, government business, motions.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas Belize signed the Convention of the Latin American and Caribbean Space Agency, ALSE, hereinafter referred to as the Convention on the 7th May 2024 in Mexico City, and whereas the Convention establishes an international organization that will coordinate cooperation in space technology, research, exploration, and related applications that contribute to and strengthen the comprehensive and sustainable development of a regional space program that will benefit the peoples of Latin America and the Caribbean. And whereas the ALSE will enhance the region's capabilities in Earth observation systems for use in agriculture, natural disasters, droughts, floods, fires, hurricanes, security and surveillance, oceanography, meteorology, exploration of natural resources, and urban intelligence and cartography. And whereas the government of Belize is desirous of ratifying the convention pursuant to Article 15.2, and whereas Section 61A2A of the Belize Constitution, as amended by the Belize Constitution 6th Amendment Act No. 13 of 2008, provides that the Senate shall authorize the ratification of any treaty by the government of Belize, Now therefore be it resolved that this Senate authorizes the government of Belize to ratify the Convention of Latin American and Caribbean Space Agency, a copy of which is hereto annexed.
I recognize Senator Michael Curfew.
Morning, Madam President, and thank you very much. And indeed, it's good to have everybody back. Feel like when school was open up. Madam President, it's just difficult for me to space. What are we going to do that space? This government, Madam President, can't even finish one road on the coastal highway, you know. And we sign treaty if we got a space and coordinate with satellite. Madam President, from what I've read, space technology is like the most expensive technology you can engage in, right ahead of the oil exploration technology. I would like to hear, Madam President, if I may, from the Minister of State, Senator Cowie, exactly how much this will cost us. Because nothing when you space cheap, space expensive. And if you look at the agreement that was signed, when you look at Article 3, it talks about the financial obligations member states acquire from this convention shall rule after its entry into force for each member state. But what financial obligations? How much will this cost the country every year for this so-called space technology? And I think about preventing natural disasters and the like. Well, listen, if we could get into technology that will prevent a hurricane, please bring it on. Is that what we're doing? What's our level of exposure when it comes to the sharing of satellite equipment? Will Belize's technology be able to be accessed from Mexico? Mexico is a friend, you know, Madam President, but I'm just saying, when you're messing with this type of technology, what is our exposure? What will we be signing on to in terms of when it comes to specific agreements and terms of reference? Will they have rights to access our telecommunications equipment and information? We don't know. We don't know, Madam President. And then, if you look at also at Article 8.5, the Assembly shall approve the budget of ALSE and establish the scale of the financial quotas that the member state shall cover, taking into consideration the systems and criteria used for the same purpose by the United Nations. So will it be the same fees we have to pay that we pay to the UN? What are those fees? If it's basically a free treaty to exchange information, then fine, you know, Madam President, if it comes at a minimal cost. But space technology is expensive, and we want to know what will be the cost to the Belizean public of engaging in technology that we may or may not be equipped with to handle. Do we have yet the capabilities to access space technology? We're talking about the sharing of Earth stations and see if we cut way off and BL go out, get black out, you know, Earth stations we look into. I mean, what is the cost to the Belizean public when you enter into these treaties? And Madam President, I don't want to anticipate further debates. I see a consistent thing with this government granting privileges and immunities to people who are foreigners coming into this country on an increasing basis. ALSC shall enjoy in the territory of each member state such legal capacity and privileges and immunities as may be necessary for the performance of its functions and the fulfillment of its purposes. So these people can come into Belize, operate, do what they need to do here, and if they break any law, they have immunities, they have privileges. So if they come and they access my phone or your phone, Madam President, and they broke the law because you cannot do that, well, no, sorry. and then I'm protected by some immunity because I'm a member of this ALA. I mean, what is the end game here? What do we hope to achieve other than just some generic, flowery sounding language about access to earth stations and space? We would really like to know, Madam President. Much obliged.
Madam President, members of the Senate, 21 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean have signed. Antigua, Argentina, Bolivia, Belize, Costa Rica, Cuba, Dominica, Ecuador, Guatemala, Haiti, Honduras, Mexico, Nicaragua, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, Dominican Republic, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Lucia, Venezuela. We are happy to join that illustrious group of countries. Madam President, the purpose of this existing organization is to use space and satellite technology to harness information to enable people to plan, in order to enable people to avoid disasters, to prepare for disasters, to collect information on soil, on topography, to understand the forests that we have, to increase our ability to have higher yields in agriculture, in order to protect our forests. There is absolutely no harm in us joining ALSE. Benefits will redound to Belize and Belizeans. There is, at this time, no cost to Belize. If cost is going to be incurred, it will be minimal. This information is shared already among the existing members, and it is an offer from Mexico and the other countries who are spearheading this initiative to share it with those of us who do not have access, who do not have the capacity and the resources to afford our own satellites. And so, Madam President, this is yet another step by the government of Belize to make available relevant, timely information to Belizeans, and I ask the Senate to support this new decision to join ALSE.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas Section 3.1 of the Prevention of Corruption Act, Chapter 105 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, provides for the establishment of a body to be known as the Integrity Commission, which shall consist of a chairperson, who shall be an attorney at law with not less than 5 years standing, and six other members who shall be persons of integrity and high national standing. And whereas it is further provided by subsection 2 of that section, that 2 members of the Integrity Commission shall be appointed by the Governor General, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, given with concurrence of the Leader of the Opposition, and the other members of the Integrity Commission, including the Chairperson, shall be appointed by the Governor General, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, given after consultation with the Leader of the Opposition. And whereas it is further provided by subsection 3 of that section, that at least 1 member of the Integrity Commission shall be a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Belize. And whereas the Honorable Prime Minister, after consultation with concurrence of the Leader of the Opposition, as the case may be, intends to advise the Governor General to reappoint the following persons as members of the Integrity Commission for a further period of 2 years, with effect from the 1st April 2024. Mrs. Andrea Maxwina McCoy, Chairperson, Mr. George Swift, Ms. Catherine Main, Mrs. Zoe Robertson Zetina, Mr. Ricardo Mogil, Ms. Payel Ganwane, Mr. Gerard Isigeri. And whereas Section 61A2C of the Belize Constitution provides that the Senate shall approve the appointment of the members of the Integrity Commission, Now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable Senate, being satisfied that the persons of the Honorable Prime Minister intends to advise the Governor General to reappoint as members of the Integrity Commission are persons of integrity and high national standing, hereby approves the reappointment of the following persons as members of the Integrity Commission for a further period of 2 years with effect from the 1st April 2024. Mrs. Andrea Maxwini McCoy as the chairperson, Mr. George Swift, Ms. Catherine Main, Mrs. Zoe Robertson, Mr. Tina, Mr. Ricardo Mokia, Ms. Pael Ganwani, and Mr. Gerard Isugiri.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas Section 18.2 of the Belize Constitution provides that the Governor General may by proclamation which shall be published in the Gazette declare that a state of emergency exists for the purposes of Part 2 of the Constitution. And whereas Section 18.4 of the Belize Constitution provides that a proclamation made under Section 18.2 may be made so as to apply only to such part of Belize as may be specified in the proclamation. And whereas in exercise of the powers vested in the Governor General by the aforementioned provisions of the Belize Constitution, the Governor General declared and proclaimed that effective June 24, 2024, a public emergency exists in certain parts of Belize City and certain parts of the Cairo District as specified in Schedule 1 and 2 of the proclamation declaring a state of emergency in certain parts of Belize City and certain parts of the Cairo District. And whereas Section 18.5 of the Belize Constitution provides that the proclamation made by the Governor General for the purposes of and in accordance with Section 18 of the Constitution shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for a period not exceeding 1 month, but may be extended from time to time by a resolution passed by the National Assembly for further periods, not exceeding in respect of each such extension a period of 12 months, and may be revoked at any time by a resolution of the National Assembly. And whereas it is necessary and expedient that the said proclamation should be extended for a further period of 2 months, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House extends the proclamation declaring a state of emergency in certain parts of Belize City and certain parts of the Cairo District made by the Governor General on the 24th June 2024 for a further period of 2 months. Madam President, members of the Senate, this extension of the state of emergency is on the recommendation of the relevant security forces of Belize to deal with the crime situation in the areas defined in the proclamation.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the state of emergencies in Belize is nothing new. It has been a tool that we've used for a number of years with several administrations. I think probably the most well-known of these is the one that from El Salvador with the current president. And they had a situation, Madam President, that was probably a lot more severe than many of the countries. El Salvador, for example, in over 3 decades, lost 120,000 persons to gang-related murders. And then in March of 2022, the current president locked up over 80,000 of these persons related to gangs. And that has led to a significant reduction in the gang-related murders in that country. And I give this background, Madam President, because it's a very serious issue. It's not something that I think we should take lightly. I mean, in one way, you're talking about preemptively take people who may commit a crime and putting them behind bars and take away their freedom. And so I think it's a very, very serious issue, especially when you look at it in light of our Constitution and all the freedoms that guarantees. But having said that, Madam President, I also think that there's a larger issue. That larger issue that government has is to protect the law-abiding citizens as priority in this country. And so I imagine that is where we're going with this motion to request to further extend the time by 2 months. The culture that these gangs have created, Madam President, is one of intimidation and violence. And it has left a significant physical impact on this country, but not only physical. There's also a tremendous psychological effect. People live in fear. There's a tremendous cost that this brings. There's a cost in terms of lost revenues, especially in the tourism sector, with information being as readily available as it is. People want to visit Belize, the first thing they do is start researching. And the first thing they'll ask you is, what is the crime situation? If they come down there, are they safe? So it's something that's on everybody's mind. And so I think that it's incumbent, Madam President, that they try to arrest the situation as much as possible. The state has a solemn duty, Madam President, to do what is necessary to make citizens feel safe. Obviously, we don't have answers. Obviously, we don't have the answers to reform these individuals. I think that we've been down this road so many times in so many different forms, but it hasn't worked. So I think we've reached a point where we're saying, and we're not talking about individuals here, that's why they're called gangs, because they're a form of organized crime. But if they can't live among us, then we have to look at options that will have them living apart, and I think that's what we're looking at. I think the price we've paid, Madam President, has been a very high one for the freedom of these individuals to be out here trying to reform them. Even as citizens of this country has lost their freedom to freely move around at certain times, certain areas. And I think we've given them many, many, many chances through many SOEs, like I had mentioned, Madam President. And I believe that the time has come for us to decide if we're all in or not. Now we're talking here about 2 months. And you wonder, well, where is this going? I mean, what are we trying to achieve? Are we looking at maybe trying to regain control of a bad situation? Is 2 months enough time for that? Is it to disrupt these activities on a temporary basis? Again, is 2 months enough time for that? For all those questions, I think we may need to be more firm and to be more resolute in terms of what we want to achieve, Madam President. I think that we have to decide where we want to go with this, because all we're doing is temporarily push a problem or contain a problem for a couple months, and then we reverse the process. Things go out of control again, and then we go right back through that cycle again. And I think we have to decide are these individuals, is it possible to reform them? I know these are hard questions. They're probably not the nicest topic to discuss, Madam President, but I also think it's one that we need to have. I mean, we have a lot of citizens in these countries that live in fear, and they genuinely feel afraid. The government has a solemn duty to protect as priority the law-abiding citizens of this country. And I think the time has come, and I think there has to be a larger discussion in terms of how we define these states of emergency, if it is the answer, and if it is, how far do we go with it? Because the situation just keeps on repeating itself, and it's like we're spinning wheels. I see the former Attorney General over, Senator Perifito over there, and he has declared several of those in the previous administration, and you still haven't seen any significant difference. It quiets things down for a while. And so when I say we go all in, do we do this for the long haul, or do we continue to do these couple months as we're going along? But there's one thing I think we should not forget in this, Madam President, is that we should not forget that we have a real duty to protect citizens' safety and security. I think we've done a horrible job at it, and we need to do better. And if that means that we have to look at this more seriously, probably more draconian, then I believe we should have that conversation. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Clifford Denison.
Grateful, Madam President, members of this honorable House. Madam President, I rise on this state of emergency legislation with a few concessions first. That it is absolutely within the purview of the executive to protect national security and to ensure that threats to national security are stymied, because the risk that would obtain if the executive does not take measures that they believe are in the interest of national security, that the risk to life of the citizenry of Belize is too grave to take chance with. So I readily concede that something needs to be done where the executive has decided, and I say that, Madam President, because the executive is mainly made up of members of the House of Representatives who are at the will of the people at elections every 5 years in this democratic society. That having been conceded, Madam President, I wish to highlight that the Constitution itself operates as a check and balance on members of the government as it relates to the liberties of individuals. Now, any effort, Madam Speaker, to desensitize the nation as it relates to criminal activity should be looked at very seriously. I hear my learned friend speak of what is happening in Honduras, and I want to echo the caution that the Constitution already provides, Madam Speaker, for systems to be in place that protect and safeguard individuals who are detained in states of emergencies. So that, Madam Speaker, the questions that I have for the Honourable Minister is that, Madam President, is that, apologies.
Intervention, President.
Madam President, the question I have, Madam Speaker, Madam President, is whether or not these regulations that are in place, whether or not they are proportionate. These questions that I will ask, Madam President, are not just from my mind. What I'm asking as it relates to the case law that obtains from countries who have in fact gone through litigation with states of emergencies and have been made to pay significant damages, awards of damages to persons whose liberty were infringed. And so I want to say very clearly a few things about the current state of affairs. Madam President, the Constitution requires that within 7 days, every person who is detained is informed of the reason for his detention. Within 14 days, publication in the Gazette needs to have been made. Madam Speaker, the Constitution is clear that the particularization of the reasons for their detention needs to be laid out. And the particulars that is given for the detention of 68 members of the Belizean citizenry who were detained on the 24th of June is that they have committed acts prejudicial to public safety and public order, in which these persons, more specifically, Madam Speaker, that their criminal gang activities. Madam Speaker, I want to be very clear. My interpretation of the Madam President, I apologize. Madam President, the Constitution is very clear that particularization of individual infringement needs to be published in the Gazette, and I say, Madam President, that this blanket provision does not meet the requirement. Particularization in the criminal realm, Madam President, is you must be told of the exact offense that you are committing, so that the names of these 68 individuals at the back of this Gazette, Madam Speaker, we need to know what is Joshua Martel of 24 Vista Hermosa Linda Vista, what is he doing to prejudice public safety? And the reason that is important, Madam President, is because the very same Constitution in the following provision says that within 1 month of your detention, you must be taken before a tribunal. The purpose of being taken to the tribunal is to determine the validity of your detention, so that the state, the onus then is on the state to provide in particular details for individual persons what is the purpose of their detention. And it is that tribunal that will make the recommendation to the authority whether or not the continued detention of that person is warranted. That safeguard, Madam Speaker, is triggered to ensure that the Chief Justice is the one who is engaged, so that the executive, having been the one to make the proclamation as they are properly empowered to do, the legislature extending the state of emergency as it is properly empowered to do, but the safeguard, Madam President, is that the judiciary, the third branch of government, ought to be engaged on day 30, no later than 1 month after that person's detention. So that, I say, Madam President, if the government is not prepared today to take each and every member of this Belizean nation, including, I don't want to call all the names, Madam Speaker, they were published in the Gazette, so it's noticed to all and sundry. But each of these persons, Madam Speaker, at this time needs to be taken before a tribunal, because, Madam Speaker, we are already in breach of their constitutional rights. The question of the proportionality of that breach is yet to be determined, and I caution this Honorable House, Madam President, that where constitutional rights are breached and they are held to be unreasonable, Madam Speaker, that we will be countenancing the payment of large sums of damages to these individuals. Madam President, I end with a little bit of prose, if you will permit me. First, Madam President, the Constitution was weaponized for the 10% salary cuts of public servants. I did not speak out because I was not a public servant. Then they came for the media houses with the defamation legislation, and I did not speak out, Madam Speaker, because I was not a media house. Then they came for the members of the House of Representatives with the 11th Constitutional Amendment, and I did not speak out because I was not a member. Now, Madam Speaker, they are coming for the gang members with the state of emergency, and I did not speak out because I am not a gang member, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the question that I leave this, Madam President, the question that I leave this Honorable House with is, when they come for me, Madam President, who will be left to speak out? Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, and I just wish to remind you that I am the President of the Senate, not the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Thank you. I recognize Senator Alvin Bengeshe.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and I rise to speak on the resolution extending the proclamation of and a declaration of state of public emergency in certain parts of Belize City and certain parts of the Cayo district. Madam President, allow me leave to welcome back Dr. K, who has been with us on a previous occasion, and also to welcome Senator O'Brien this morning as they make their contribution in this honorable place. Madam President, it is not only Belize that engages in state of emergency. You will find that throughout the Caribbean, there are countries from time to time who engages in state of emergency. But you can also count the countries in the Caribbean, and specifically to the Caribbean. You can also count the countries in the Caribbean who use this as a means to curb crime on a regular and constant basis. And I want to reiterate that, on a regular and constant basis, because I believe that a state of emergency must not always be the first solution to solving crime. And I have come to recognize that both administrations seem to be using the state of emergency as a tool, and it seemed to be to, as was pointed out by Senator Herrera, to curb crime, but for a time, and then what happens after that. And so I want to make a suggestion that one of the things that must be done in this day and age is to be able to come up with a strategic plan in fighting crime. And when I say that, it must not only be the state of emergency, because, Madam President, one of the things affecting Belize today, especially in the two areas mentioned, and that is the reason I made sure that I mentioned them, both in the Cayo area, and that strategic part of the Cayo area, and in that those strategic places in Belize City, is that it is, and we will find out that a lot of what is happening insofar as crime is concerned in those areas, Madam President, have to do with turf war insofar as drugs is concerned. And I dare anybody to dispute what I'm saying. If you dispute me, then you're disputing what Dr. Herbert Gale has himself researched and found out about the country of Belize. If, Madam President, you will agree with me that it's a turf war that is taking place, then perhaps you will also agree with me that what is happening insofar as this turf war is concerned is that it is our young black men who are engaged in this kind of turf war taking place in these specific areas. And so, Madam President, I have no issue with a state of emergency. But what I do have an issue with is that when we have these state of emergencies, you see, they last, especially on a day-to-day basis, from you're expected to be in your house from time X to time Y. Or maybe I forgot my alphabet. Huh? But whatever it is that it begins to impede the flow and the movement of ordinary citizens. That is one. And secondly, a part of the ordinary citizens also have to do with perhaps a person who during that time might be going to work. And I have heard of this, whether it was during the COVID time or other state of emergencies, where people are legitimately going to their place of work. And the law-abiding citizens going through his or her business is stopped by law enforcement, who sometimes seem not to be sensitive enough as to how to deal with some people when it comes to a state of emergency. Some of them become bullies because, according to them, the law will protect me. One has to be mindful, Madam President, of the injustice and the human rights which is sometimes trampled upon during this time. Now, I must caution that I listened attentively to Senator Herrera as he spoke also about the rights of citizens who sometimes are bombarded and traumatized by these gangs in these areas. So we also have to be concerned about those persons, about those people. So, Madam President, what I believe, there has to be a balance in what we do. Yes, a state of emergency, and I will support it. But at the same time, I caution us, as it is used, that it is used as an instrument that is intentional, that is focused, that is strategic, and will eventually speak well to the entire country insofar as law enforcement is concerned and general safety is concerned. Thank you very much, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Michael Perfy.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a few things, Madam President. And then I think we need to touch on what may just be the real problem that we're not addressing. I heard Senator Herrera talk about El Salvador and comparing the situation. I probably was not going to speak until you did that, you know. I know you were not comparing John Briceño to Nayib Bukele. I know you were not. John Briceño is no Nayib Bukele. It's a totally different scenario. And I heard Senator Bengushe add to what your presentation was, Senator Herrera. Talk about both administrations. Madam President, we are 4 months away from this government being in government, you know. The time for the comparisons has to end, you know. And this government needs to start to explain and defend its own policies on its own and stop bringing up the ghost of Dean Barrow. He's gone. Almost 4 years. There needs to be a halt in the comparison and judge this government by their policies, their actions, and their behavior for themselves and stop comparing. Because there's no comparison indeed. Madam President, no amount of state of emergency will make any difference, and we could extend it for 10 years. It will not make any difference if the security forces are demoralized. You could have 1 million state of emergency. What you have is a minister of police who is not made for that job. What you have is a minister of home affairs who the gang elements, quite frankly, do not possess a healthy fear for. They don't respect him. So as long as you have that person as the face of your home affairs and face of the police department, they will continue to laugh at the administration. The Prime Minister needs to appoint a proper Minister of Home Affairs to take care of business and to let the criminal elements know that we're not playing any games with them. You cannot have a state of emergency extended for as long as you want if there is disunity, lack of morale in the leadership of the police department. The police department, as it is now, 4 years into this government, is the worst it has ever been. With the lack of support and the extent of micromanagement that comes with the leadership of the police department that is preventing the police from doing its job. So you cannot just come with state of emergency. What about the leadership in home affairs? What about the leadership in the police department that's simply not cutting it? Madam President, when I spoke to some police officers in San Ignacio, for example, just to give an example as to what gave rise to this, it was a simple thing as, you know, the security forces, like, they were not allowed to take initiative in San Ignacio. There were cries that if you close down Hawksworth Bridge, even if it's just for repairs for a certain period of time, the criminals will know that your response time, for example, to Santa Elena, is reduced because you have to go through the Rene Montero Bridge and come around. So a simple vision would have told you that you take a Mennonite house or a container, because it seems like we make container into an office now, put it on the Santa Elena side, have a police presence, and that could have prevented a lot of the things that we saw happening in San Ignacio. They saw a security weakness, but they were not allowed to make that decision themselves. They were not allowed to say, let's do this. The red tape and what you have to go through to simply express yourself to give an idea is blocked. And all of that, the simple presence of the police on the Santa Elena side, could have prevented what we had, and there's no need for any state of emergency. But you will have countless state of emergency after state of emergency if you don't have a plan and you don't have vision. And the police officers who are below the commissioner don't have the freedom to act as assistant commissioners, to act as senior superintendents, because they're waiting for one person to tell everybody what to do. That type of system cannot work, not even in a state of emergency. And Madam President, one more thing. When I was Minister of Police for a few months, our state of emergency were mostly having to do with COVID, and primarily, Madam President, for the police officers to rest during that period. The current Minister of Home Affairs, and the now removed CEO, had the most to say about state of emergency. Every man in the Power TV show, and they are so against state of emergency, and they are so against the detention of people, and they are representing these people who are detained in mass, and what a travesty this is, and what high-handed movements by the government, and they're coming to government, and what do? State of emergency, not only for no, but for extend it, doing the very same thing that they criticized and bashed us for. According to them, it was not just about crime, it was about the reduction of poverty. Well, I guess you haven't reduced poverty. And with the need for extended state of emergency, it seems you have extended poverty. Because the same thing that you used to bash and criticize, you are now doing. Which means that before you got into government, you did not have a vision nor a plan. And almost 4 years in, you still don't have the vision and you still don't have a plan when it comes to home affairs. And that's my contribution, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Isabel Bennett.
Morning, Madam President, colleagues. I stand to support what is before us in the House this morning, most certainly because of the efforts that continues to be unveiled under this present administration as it relates to home affairs. Unlike the other senator who just spoke, I'm certain if we look at the crime level, as a nation, we know that the factors, external factors that continue to contribute to certain aspects of our society that is under unrest did not just happen over the last 4 years. Even as an educator, I can tell you if there were incentives, if there were proper programs that were being implemented a decade ago, Belizeans would be experiencing a different level of development, a different level of progress. When you're building a house, for example, and your foundation or your blueprint, even though it was really nice and elaborate and your constructor did not do the proper job, 10 years later you have to deal with the issue from the plumbing because it wasn't done properly. 10 years later you have to deal with the issue of poor electrical wiring, etc., because from the genesis it wasn't done properly. So Belizeans overall can appreciate the fact that the present administration is working tediously with what we had then and what we have now. And it's surprising to hear that even with the little resources that was handed to us, we can see how much that has been done for our country. If the previous administration had a plan, Senator, if the previous administration had a vision, and if it was one that was continuous, if it was one that was progressive, this present administration no doubt would have continued it in the best interest of society. It didn't, it never did, and it never will. Right now, at this point in time, you can see a government that is progressive. And so, Madam President, I put before you that without proper data, without proper research, which is actually what is being implemented now, we will be able to get a better hand on the situation of crime, which was and is, I would say, a legacy of the previous administration. I thank you.
Madam President, I will be brief. First of all, I want to correct the record. There is no curfew associated with this state of emergency. So, Senator Benguche, ordinary citizens are free to move about. Secondly, it is because of the state of emergency in specific targeted areas, part of Belize and a part of the Kyle district, that the good people in those areas are now able to walk freely and to enjoy the amenities of life because the gangs in those areas have been taken off the street and are incarcerated. In response to Senator Herrera, yes, this was intelligence-driven. It was targeted, surgical, to disrupt a turf war that was taking place. The reduction in crime in those areas is proof that the intelligence was right and the measure was appropriate and proportionate. I will not enter into a legal debate with Senator Denison with respect to Section 19 of the Constitution, and I will not be here advocating on behalf of the rights of any of those who are incarcerated. I leave that to him. Madam President, Senator Herrera is right. There is a crime problem in Belize and Central America and the Caribbean. Prime Minister Rowley of Trinidad held a heads of government meeting to address crime which he regards and had CARICOM declare to be a health emergency. All our countries are beset with an unacceptable level of crime. Different tools are being used, different measures are being introduced, and different plans are developed and implemented in order to try to arrest a problem that is not blue and is not red. It is a societal problem that takes medium and long-term plans to address. In the meantime, as every speaker has said, it is the responsibility and the obligation of the government to make safe the lives of Belizean people to the best that we can. I will refrain from responding to the petty and personal remarks that were made against a member of the House of Representatives who is not here to defend himself. That is the way a coward behaves. I ask that the matter be referred.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas Belize as a member of the Inter-American Development Bank, the bank, is eligible for development assistance in the form of loans, grants, and technical assistance from the bank on such terms and conditions as may be agreed between Belize and the bank from time to time. And whereas the government of Belize has approached the bank for financial assistance to execute a sustainable and inclusive urban development program that will contribute to the sustainable urban development of municipalities in northern Belize, including Corozal, Orange Walk, San Pedro, and Burgess-Key. And whereas the program will consist of two components whose activities will improve access to selected urban services, support local economic growth, and 3, facilitate the social and economic integration of vulnerable populations such as migrant population and women. And whereas the proposed program will be financed through an IDB direct investment loan in the sum of US $10 million and a non-reimbursable investment financing of US $2.5 million financed through the IDB's grant facility, and whereas it is intended that the execution of the program shall be carried out on behalf of the government by the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development and Investment, acting as executing agency, and whereas the bank has offered financing of up to $10 million US from its ordinary capital resources for the said purpose under the following terms and conditions. Lender, the Inter-American Development Bank, loan principal amount US $10 million, disbursement schedule over a period of 5 years from the date of signature of the loan contract. Loan term, 25 years, inclusive of 66 months grace period on principal repayments. Repayment period, to be repaid in 39 approximately equal semi-annual and consecutive installments of US $256,410.25. Purpose to execute a program that, through sustainable infrastructure interventions, will improve access to urban services such as public spaces, drainage, water supply, and pavement for the citizens of northern Belize. The rate of interest, Interest will be charged on the daily outstanding balance of the loan as per SOFR base interest rate plus the applicable lending spread for the bank's ordinary capital loans. A credit fee will be charged on the undisbursed loan balance at a percentage to be established by the bank on a periodic basis, not exceeding 0.75% per annum. And whereas under the provisions of Section 7.2 of the Finance and Audit Reform Act 2005, the Government of Belize is required to obtain the prior authorization of the National Assembly by way of resolution for such borrowing. Now therefore be it resolved. Now therefore be it resolved that this Honourable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds will significantly improve the livelihood of the citizens in the targeted communities, including the social and economic integration of migrants, as well as uplift the tourism and tourism potential in the communities, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith. Madam President, with your leave, can I take the next IDB resolution? Thank you. I move that whereas as a member of the Inter-American Development Bank is eligible for the development assistance in the form of loans, grants, and technical assistance from the bank on such terms and conditions as may be agreed between Belize and the bank from time to time, and whereas the Government of Belize has approached the bank for financial assistance to execute a program whose objective will be improving efficiency, quality, and access in Belize's health system, and whereas the program will consist of two components, whose activities will, 1, improve the efficiency and quality of healthcare delivery, and 2, improve access to key healthcare services throughout the country by enhancing access to outpatient, inpatient, and long-term care. And whereas the proposed program will be financed through an IDB direct investment loan in the sum of $7 million from the bank's ordinary capital resources, a direct investment loan in the sum of $7 million from resources of Korea Infrastructure Development Co-Financing Facility for Latin America and the Caribbean, and a non-reimbursable investment financing of $3,360,000 financed through the IDB's grant facility. And whereas it is intended that the execution of the program shall be carried out on behalf of the government by the Ministry of Health and Wellness acting as executing agency. And whereas the bank has offered a total financing of up to $14 million, $7 million from its ordinary capital resources and $7 million from the Korea Infrastructure Development Co-Financing Facility for Latin America and the Caribbean, to execute a program that will improve the efficiency, quality, and access to healthcare services across the country under the following terms and conditions. Funds from the OCR of the Inter-American Development Bank. Loan principal, $7 million. Disbursement schedule over a period of 5 years from the date of signature of the loan contract. Term of the loan, 25 years, inclusive of 66 months grace period on principal repayments. Repayment period 39, approximately equal semi-annual and consecutive installments of $179,487.18. Rate of interest. Interest will be charged on the daily outstanding balance of the loan as per the SOFR based interest rate plus applicable lending spread for the bank's ordinary capital loan. A credit fee will be charged on the undisbursed loan balance at a percentage to be established by the bank on a periodic basis, not exceeding 0.75% per annum. B, from the funds from the Korea Infrastructure Development Co-Financing Facility. Loan principal amount, $7 million. Disbursement schedule over a period of 5 years from the date of signature of the loan contract. The term of the loan is 25 years, inclusive of 84 months grace period on principal repayments. It will be repaid over 36 approximately equal semi-annual and consecutive installments of about $194,444.44. Rate of interest, 1.3%. And a loan facility charge will be charged at 0.1% of the loan amount. And whereas under the provisions of Section 7.2 of the Finance and Audit Reform Act 2005, the Government of Belize is required to obtain a prior authorization of the National Assembly by way of a resolution for such borrowing. Now therefore be it resolved that this Honourable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds will significantly improve the health of the population in Belize, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorize the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contracts and all other documents associated therewith.
I recognize Senator Michael Purvey.
Thank you, Madam President, and thanks for having the two motions read as one, as they're fairly similar. Madam President, we keep borrowing and borrowing and borrowing. We keep hearing the Minister of Finance say that we are doing so well and the economy is expanding. Not you, Minister of State, Minister of Finance. The economy is expanding at such an alarming rate. But we have to borrow approximately $50 million Belize dollars to do essential services from what I see you're saying you want to do on the paper. I really, for the life of me, I cannot. I know Senator Herrera, I know I hear about this are free money, practically free money. Loan alone. And we're up to $1.7 billion in under 4 years, you know, Madam President. We have come to this National Assembly and borrowed approximately $1.7 billion with a B in 4 years, you know, with nothing to show for it. That's not even counting like treasury bills, you know. Like, for example, the government issued a treasury bill note in July to be matured in October for $64 million. Like, then leave millions there, we're not counting, you know. This is just straight external loans that we take on. In less than 4 years, $1.7 billion. Madam President, how is it that we can't say, when you say we, you mean the government in place? How we as a country can't say that you need $50 million for essential services? So given that you have grace periods and all that, and why not just allocate $5 million a year or $10 million a year for the next 5 years in the unlikely event that you're re-elected to government? At least you know you have a 5-year plan. Huh? Why do we have to keep borrowing? It's like we are heading towards another situation where we're hoping to benefit on the side from another restructuring. $1.7 billion we're borrowing. And we have not seen the return on any of this. We keep borrowing and borrowing and borrowing. We're not seeing no solar panel yet for the Saudis. We're not seeing none of anything there yet. We're in there. And we keep the borrow and borrow. And then, Madam President, when you look at the details, for example, with the one with the healthcare delivery, we're talking about consultancies. Each of these projects have line items where consultancies are more than $1 million US. If you look at the one for health, for the sustainable urban development, project administration, management, and audit, $1 million US. What is that? What is that? And when you look at the execution of these projects, the execution units for these projects are the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Health. The people who will be executing these things already work for the government. And you know what I hear about no more consultants? Man, look here. It has gotten to the point where we consultants could consult them, but we have to consult, yeah. Because they do the same consultancies over and over and over and over for decades. And it's the same thing they keep telling us. At some point, we need to tell the IDB, listen, okay, well, I know law or whatever, change your life after. Stop insisting that simply because you lend us money, we have to spend $1 million US per project on one of your consultants that you have to approve. Because then we don't get the money we're borrowing. We're doing it minimum, Madam President, about $2 million US off at the top, just for consultancies, which we have probably done already, or which we don't need no consultancies for. We don't know if we build a road by now. We don't know if we build drain by now. We don't need to do culverts. We must know if we do that in the Ministry of Works. Or sorry, Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing, sorry. But Madam President, when will we stop borrowing? It is concerning. The national debt is increasing, and the more we borrow, the less we see, and the more components come in these loans that have nothing to do with real development. You have to hire a procurement officer, management. Don't we already have that system in place? In the Ministry of Finance and in these different ministries, we already have those. We shouldn't need to have to get a consultant to tell us what is the best way for our people to get access to health care or urban development. We're spending millions on these people to tell us what we already know. And at some point it has to end, Madam President. That's my contribution.
I recognize Senator Bevan Cal.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, before I make my contribution on this loan motion, Madam President, with your permission, I would like to first, on behalf of Dr. Osman Martinez, to thank the good people of Toledo East for their overwhelming support for the by-election, Madam President. I just want to put that on the record. Madam President, as I look at this loan motion, it ties into that victory, Madam President, because when I look at the components of this loan motion, Madam President, this will actually, 45% of this loan motion will actually translate to the realities of our people in southern Belize. And with your permission, Madam President, I would like to read component 2 of the improving efficiency, quality, and access in Belize's healthcare system, Madam President. So with your permission, Madam President, I just would like to highlight a few points under component 2. It's about food people, Mike. Madam President, component 2, the objective is to enhance access to outpatient, inpatient, and long-term care. This includes strategies to increase service utilization by vulnerable groups such as migrants and indigenous people and specific populations like men, Madam President. As you're aware, like the component highlights that most of our vulnerable groups in Belize are the migrant communities and, of course, our indigenous communities, Madam President. This group of people, Belizean people, actually needs a lot of help when it comes to our healthcare system. And of course, when I look, when we go more into the objective, Madam President, strengthening the community health workers platform in rural areas by training and equipping additional healthcare workers, Madam President. As you're aware, it is also this government, Madam President, under the Briceño administration, who increased the stipend for healthcare workers, Madam President. These people, on the campaign trail, we actually met one healthcare worker, and she was telling us of all the work she has been doing, especially now that we're having dengue cases, Madam President. She's out, doing education outreach, reaching out to people and all of that, Madam President. And of course, we're proud of this government to increase their stipend from $100 to $500 monthly now, Madam President. And then seeing this loan motion also focusing on this group of people, Madam President, is significant for us. And I also want to continue reading from the objective, Madam President, piloting a comprehensive mobile clinic for primary health care services in rural areas, Madam President. Again, like I mentioned earlier, this loan motion, Madam President, this loan will translate into the realities of our people in southern Belize. And I'm really happy when I was going through this loan motion, Madam President, because this is the call of our people. And I'm glad that we have a government, we have a prime minister, and now we have a new air representative that will work for the people. And, you know, coming into office and seeing this type of loan motion that will translate and improve the lives of our Belizean people in southern Belize, Madam President. For us, I'm sure that Senator Mike doesn't see it that way, but we see it that way, Madam President, because we know the realities of our people, and we know we're here to work for them. We can assure them that we will deliver for them, Madam President. And health is a right for every Belizean, and we must deliver that for them, Madam President. With that said, Madam President, I fully support this loan motion.
I recognize. Leader of Government Business. I'm not sure if anyone wishes to speak. Chris? I recognize Senator Christopher Cowie.
Thank you, Madam President. I think it's useful to give some context. These motions, certainly I would like to say that as a member of this People's United Party administration led by our Prime Minister, John Brisena, I'm particularly proud of what we are putting forward here today. In particular, the motion for improving efficiency, quality, and access in Belize's health system project. But in getting to this, I'd like to get back or give a little bit of context. What this is representing here is a process of the past three and a half to 4 years. When this administration came into office, it was about crisis management, dealing with things that were immediately at hand, addressing the unsustainable debt that we had, addressing the public finances that was out of control. That we've all heard about borrowing $1 million a day just to pay salaries. We've gone through that process. We've been able to deal with those challenges. We've been able to reduce debt from 133% debt to GDP ratio to now 66% debt to GDP ratio. We basically brought down that ratio by half. How we've been able to accomplish that is on both sides. We've been able to get discounts, major discounts on the debt that had ballooned over the years, but we've also been able to grow this economy in a substantial way. Now, in that initial period of time, we had to address those immediate challenges. But over the past couple of years, we've been able to look more medium term and long term. How do we address the challenges that we as a country face, we as a society face? Health, education, crime. All of these are topical issues that we either have been discussing or will discuss today. These are areas that you don't wake up one morning and say, we're going to do this and we're going to do that. You have to understand why we have these challenges and how we are going to address these challenges. And that's why we value data, we value statistics. I know the Senator Perfeed has his problems with statistics, but with maths. But we value the importance of data the importance of data to analyze the problems and in order to make informed policy decisions. In this case, as it relates to health, we've identified through the support of these multilateral institutions. In the case of health care and health expenditures, we were able to secure the assistance of the World Bank. This one is an IDB loan, but we were able to secure the assistance of the World Bank to conduct a full public expenditure review, the first of its time for Belize. I don't know what happened in past administrations, but they were reluctant to open the books, I suppose, to the assistance and evaluation and analysis of the challenges that we face. But in connection with health and health expenditures, what we've seen is Belize has spent quite a bit of money in health care. In terms of comparators, Belize spends more per capita in health care than its Caribbean neighbors, or its Central American and Caribbean neighbors. But the results have been subpar, substantially subpar. And that's where we have to look at how do we address the specific challenges that we're facing in the delivery of healthcare services. And items that, for example, have been identified are the challenges that we see in non-communicable diseases, heart disease, diabetes, stroke. Those are some of the leading causes of death in Belize. Those are areas that we can address. But if we don't understand the problems we're facing, then we're sticking either our head in the sand or we're like headless chicken. So that's where we need to look at where the data is, gain the support of these multilaterals to do the analysis, and then target in an efficient and cost-effective way the use of scarce resources to address these challenges. And that is what this loan motion, or these loan motions, are about. In the case of non-communicable disease, directly addressing that as a challenge. In the case of healthcare to rural communities, or even the absence of healthcare to rural communities, the mobile units, the mobile clinics, digital healthcare, those telemedicine, those are areas that are items that specifically address the weaknesses we have in the healthcare delivery. Training of our nurse practitioners, training of our healthcare professionals. This is what this loan seeks to do, providing scholarships, because we all know we have shortages, especially in the rural communities, but shortages in HR for healthcare delivery in our country. So this is what this seeks to do. And when the Senator speaks about external loans, okay, what we have done is reduce debt overall. But in the case of external debt, we all know the blue bond transaction. That was what reduced in a substantial way, almost $250 million US in reduction of external debt. While we have done that and while we have grown the economy, what we've done is move away from the risk of devaluation back in 2020 to a point where we are now, that we have exceeded over $2 billion in Belizean equivalent in foreign exchange reserve, the first of its kind in the history of this country. So when we talk about external debt, this is something that we are now in a position to afford. Cheap money, cheap external money, cheaper than what you can borrow in the local banks in Belize, but supported by the technical cooperation, the technical assistance, the technical expertise to address these very challenges that we face in this country. So I have no qualms, no hesitations whatsoever in supporting this loan motion, Madam President, because this is good for Belize. This is good for our people. This is good for our country. Thank you.
Madam President, I ask that the question be put in relation to both motions.
Honorable members, the question is Be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that loan proceeds would significantly improve the livelihood of the citizens in the targeted communities, including the social and economic integration of migrants, as well as uplift the tourism potential in the communities, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan and all other documents associated therewith. The question is, be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that loan proceeds would significantly improve the health of the population in Belize, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorize the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bills for second reading.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Fiscal Incentives Act No. 4 of 2023 to provide for exemptions on import duty for foreign managers and foreign skilled workers unemployed by a person with investment of $250 million and above, and to provide for matters connected therewith. Madam President, we propose to amend the Fiscal Incentives Act in order to set out very clearly what all high investment projects are entitled to in terms of fiscal incentives and concessions. The purpose is to avoid, where possible and as much as possible, the necessity to negotiate. Every time one of these big projects comes in, there's a negotiation with government. They want tax exemption from particular thing for particular periods of time, and it varies depending on who is negotiating and which government is in power. We're trying to standardize it to make it very clear that this is what you're going to get if you have an investment of over US $250 million. We also make provision for highly skilled workers to provide for them to come in and to bring in some of their personal effects with a limited duty exemption. Again, the purpose here is to standardize the incentive package and to continue to attract investments so as not to have it on a one-by-one, looking at a negotiation with one developer here, then another one is in agriculture, you give him something different, something is in tourism or in industry. It's going to be standardized, and that's the purpose.
I recognize Senator Michael Perfit.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, I always wondered, Madam President, there's an age-old question. If you don't plan on doing anything wrong, then why do you need an indemnity, right? If you have $250 million US, why you need so many exemptions? I mean, you're broke. You have $250 million US, Why is it that the only time we can attract people is if when they see they have a certain amount of money? And Madam President, I'll get into what the bill proposes. Because the bill doesn't say, that you have to have it. The bill doesn't even say you have to show that you have it. The bill not even say, you know what, before we even give you these other things, you need to park that money in Belize, And if you change your mind, you have no choice but to spend it here. on whatever it is you want to spend it, but here. But if you look at the exemptions that you get, I am not aware. I might not go in maths, but I could read a little bit. I am not aware of anybody else. And you will say, fine, if you have 250 million US, you're supposed to be treated with some love. But this kind of love, kind of rough to a local investor, for example, or a big businessman in this country who is big but not big enough to spare 250 million US dollars. You're saying, and I understand. If you're bringing 250 million US to our shores, bring it. Bring it. You don't even have to follow the customs declaration. Just bring it and spend it in the economy. But I don't know, Madam President. It's just that certain things just, wow. And especially with this government, man. This PUP government, man. 16B, notwithstanding the requirements for eligibility under this act, in determining whether to grant a fiscal incentive order to a high investment company, the minister. Now, this government campaign, if it is so standardized and so cookie cutter in nature, why the minister? Again, you guys said you would do what you could do to reduce the power and interference of ministers, you know. Take ministers out of the equation. And you already have bail trade, you don't need the minister for. But anyway, the minister shall have regard to whether the company provides proof that the investment has met or will meet the investment requirements. So, a promissory note works again. You don't have to have the money or no. You just have to show that, don't worry, I will get it. Or I promise you I will get it. Where is the safeguard that this money will be here? I know I see a $50,000 application fee, but for all these exemptions, $50,000 is nothing to spare. You have a lot of these public companies, you know, Madam President, they come to Belize, they want to get all these exemptions, so once they have it on record, they use it to float public companies, raise capital, and never come with the investment. And all it has cost them is $50,000. So all you have to do is come with a team, enough people on a private jet, come with a good game, pay a $50,000, say, listen to me, we promise you we will get this, and then you get all these exemptions, and nothing has to happen with no penalty except the $50,000. Man, listen to me. 4 seasons, Panky Chapel, the bill for how much years? Can't start yet. They come here, they promise you all kinds of things, they can't deliver nothing yet. So here we are now, raising the stakes to $250 million. The minister has to be satisfied that the company has a satisfactory financing plan. Man, we don't want to hear about no plan. We want to know that you have the money. You want these exemptions, not tell me about no plan, about no financing. If you want the exemptions that are in this bill, don't come with no plan, come with the money. The minister has to be satisfied that the company provides or will provide effective and competent management. So, Madam President, you're looking about the minister helping to grant exemption to a company with nothing having to be proven as yet, you know. Just a promise that can happen. You just have to look good then. You look good. You get all these exemptions. You shop these exemptions. Raise capital. And then there's no penalty if you don't do anything. We want a bill that says, listen to me. You will get these exemptions when you prove that the money, they are. Not that you could get it, because if you ask anybody wants to say they could get it. I don't care what we did before. I don't care what we did last week. We are here now. We are here now. We are here now. Okay, I have a lot of people, a lot of story, you know. This and Royal Caribbean agree with them if you do that and that, and I don't even want a shovel going on the ground. They talk money, but they don't bring money. And that is something we need to be very careful about in this country. Madam President, the minister has to be satisfied about the investment is beneficial to the country. That's fine. That is expedient for employment. And the company applies to Beltrade. This is where, you know, Madam President, it doesn't help us, you know. When we pass legislation, when we promise that if elected, we will reduce ministerial powers and interference, you get into government and come to pass legislation that not only increases ministerial power and interference, but also disrespect organizations that you have in place. Because this is saying if that high-end company, high-value company as I call it, makes an application or the recommendation is not supported by Beltrade, the company that is agreed by a recommendation of the executive director of Beltrade may appeal to the minister. So, what I'm saying is this. You think anybody with 250 million US reading this law will mess with any Beltrade? We go straight to the minister, which was what you all said would not be the foundation of your new laws that you would be passing. That you would put, in a case like this then, professional people in Beltrade who are qualified to say this is not a viable investment or this is a viable investment, and leave the minister out of it. But no, what you say is you want to pass a law where a person goes to Beltrade, go through the motion, but say to them, say, no, worry about it, you know. If they say no, we just go to the minister. That is against what you promised to these young people, sir. That is against what you promised to these young people. No. The sexy parts, Madam President. If you have 250 million US dollars, or you could convince the government that you could possibly, on a balance of probabilities, get 250 million US. Not that you have it, you know. You only have to convince the government that you could get it. Not with Section 5.2 or any other law, the incentives granted by the minister to a high investment company may include exemption from import duty, revenue replacement duty, excise duty, the payment of business tax, including any withholding business income or other taxes in connection with any dividends or interest paid by the investment company, general sales tax. Listen to me. Listen to me. Madam President, I know they say we shouldn't handle or deal with high investors with some exemptions, you know. But there are hard-working businesses in this country that produce, that we know are here and here to stay, that would only dream of these exemptions, you know. You don't even have to show you have it. You just have to say, you have to come in a good convincing game and you get general sales tax. We used to call it gang suppression tax. Because it's rough. And you just waive that for a person who could then sell that without having to provide any finances. An exemption from import duty under subsection 1 shall be granted during the establishment and construction of phases of the approved activity, machinery and equipment, utility and transport, for spare tire, building materials, including cement, aggregates, derivatives thereof, fixtures and fittings, including artwork, at least they include artwork, furniture, excluding furniture made from wood. So if you make for steel, or bring it in free. Tools and specialized tools, office equipment and appliances, restaurant equipment and appliances, raw materials and packaging, spare parts on plant and plant-related machinery, agricultural equipment and machinery, and aircrafts and marine crafts. And then, just in case the list is not long enough, Madam President, and you look at Madam Speaker, Madam President, just in case that list is not long enough, any other category as determined by the minister. This sounds to you like a bill that removes power and influence by the minister as put forward in their plan before they got elected? This sound like that to you? This sound like, you know what, if you have $500 million, Belize, they'll deal with them there, no. Come straight to me. No. Exemption from sales tax shall be granted during the establishment and construction phases of the approved activity, being related to the implementation of investment that meets the investment requirements. And Madam President, this is the one, you know. Look at subsection 6. A high investment company shall be exempt from all approval requirements under all applicable exchange control laws and regulations. But not notice. A high investment company shall be exempt from all approval requirements under all applicable exchange control laws and regulations. So all the hurdles that local businesses go through, who may not be 250 million US dollars, but there are some companies, you know, Madam President, who are big. Who are big companies. You used to have the Sankas Group, you have the Benny's Group now. These companies are saying, listen, man, me no have that. Just because I can't show that I'm willing to invest 250 million US dollars. How about what I've invested all these years? Who gets exemption on this level? And look at what they say now at section 16E. A high investment company shall be exempt from the requirements under the Exchange Controls Regulations Act to obtain consent or permission from the Central Bank of Belize for any matter stated in that act that may be applicable to the high investment company. If you notice then, notwithstanding subsection 1, a high investment company shall not be exempt from the requirements under the exchange control regulations to provide any notice to the central bank. So, Madam President, if you got $250 million where you could convince this government that you could invest in this country, that company will know that when they need exchange, when they need to deal with all exchange control and money matters, they need to just tell central bank what they want to do. They don't need no permission from central bank. They don't need no consent from central bank. Madam President, what is the purpose of this? Something smells bad. How can you, I don't care if you build, I don't care if you bring $1 billion. You cannot tell me that the condition for you to bring that is for me to give you free reign and access in the financial environment with no restrictions whatsoever when it comes to certain things. That when the businesses out there have to request these things from the central bank and go through the ringer, you don't have to ask the central bank for what you want. You tell the central bank what you want. That sounds like colonialism to me, Madam President. And if these are the conditions under which you want to bring your $250 million, well, keep it. Because then you're the one me country. You're the one country. And if you look at the recent pieces of legislation we passed the other day for the MLAT or whatever kind of act, we came here, Madam President, we passed legislation after legislation to tighten the financial institutions in this country and to bring essentially the companies and company registries and them and the manners. Then you come here and you say, but listen to me, if you have enough money, We could bypass all of that. And that is unacceptable, Madam President. I thank you.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I'll be relatively brief on this. Madam President, I understand the policy decision that is being made here, where certain incentives are being provided for investments at a certain level, and we're talking about $250 million now. My question, Madam President, is where does this $250 million comes from? If we develop a policy or we pass a policy such as this today, will it be effective to capture the type of investments we really want to capture? $250 million in a small economy like this seems excessive, especially if you look at it in the context of our annual budget. I mean, we could round it off to $2 billion in terms of spending per year. And so if you look at 250 million US, you're actually looking at about 25% of the total annual budget, which again is a large amount. And so, again, I really don't know where the $250 million is coming from, or 500 million Belize dollars is coming from, but again, it seems pretty large. And in my mind, I'm wondering, well, will we even have investments of this size? And if the objective is to try to provide these incentives so that you could attract investments in this area, that bar might be a little high if that was the objective. And so it's something that I would appeal to the government to maybe look at, just to make sure that if the objective was that you want to make sure that it is capturing it there. Now, Madam President, we're talking about, again, a policy decision today. And then if you look in the bill, I think Senator Perifit pointed out at several points, but if you look at 16BC, you see where it mentions the minister being satisfied that the investments will be beneficial to the country. So it puts the minister at the forefront of operations, in my view. But then we're looking at the minister and government setting the policy. And I don't believe that they should be operational, because you have other people who are who are dealing with it at that level. And so that's certainly an issue for me, Madam President. I believe that these types of situation leads to all types of problems down the road, especially when you're looking at investors coming in with a lot of money, and you have ministers dealing directly with them at those operational levels. I mean, we've had a lot of problems with this type of thing in the past, and so I believe that we should learn from some of the mistakes we've made, or some of the situations we've faced in the past. Again, if you look at 16BC4, again, where the investor is not satisfied of the recommendation of Beltrade, that again they can appeal to the minister. I know that they seem to be putting in a little layer there in terms of it being approved by cabinet, but still, I think it puts the minister in an operational role, and that's the point I'm making. Now, the fiscal incentives, Madam President, again, for companies who want to come in and invest, sometimes you have to put sweeteners in, sometimes you have to put things that attract them. So I don't necessarily have an issue with that. And therefore, 5-year terms, I believe that those would be rolled over up to a maximum of 25 years. Now my question is, given the issues we've had in the past where we had to amend the DPA legislation, or when we brought in the DPA legislation, we limited the exemptions to 10 years. That if this type of thing will not put us on a confrontational path with the OECD and the European Union and all those groups that have challenged us and has caused a lot of problems for us in the past. And so something that we might want to look at, again, the Minister of State in the Ministry of Finance, I'm sure is a lot more technical on this matter and have a lot more information on this matter than I do at this point. But certainly something I'd want the government to look at, just so that we don't run into the type of problems we did in the past with the fiscal incentives and us having to revise the term of benefits. I think that's my contribution on this bill, Madam President. I just had a few issues I wanted to raise.
I recognize Senator Dennison.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, as before, Madam President, we recognize the executive's prerogative that it is to try to build and develop this country, and we acknowledge efforts in that regard. I want to first raise at the beginning of the bill that the long title seems to not capture the essence of what the bill is about, and so I will chalk that up, Madam President, to the hard work and the overworking that is put on the drafting office at the AG's chambers, because I know that they're very astute, but I imagine they were under a lot of pressure, so that this bill really should reflect the essence of it, and it is not merely what is in the penultimate section in this bill that is captured in the long title. I wish to echo the sentiments of my fellow senators as it relates to the bill going in the wrong way of transparency, particularly as it relates to the ministerial discretion. I acknowledge, Madam President, that we in this country just recognize the fallibility of the firearms regime and put in place a committee there. And so I was a little surprised and perplexed to see that this legislation now, when it comes to large sums of money, really has taken the opposite direction to give that discretion to the minister as well as the appeal processes. And so I say this, Madam President, in the context of what had obtained in the Fiscal Incentive Act prior to the 2023 amendment, where that act had provisions for publications prior to the application process being going through. Those were removed in 2023, we acknowledge that. And so we say, Madam President, that those sort of transparency mechanisms exist to bring the operations of government to the public sphere for debate and discussion, and where a policy is good, it should not have any impediment to be going through, where a development can show to the nation that it will provide jobs. The union will never have any issue with that. But I say that, Madam Speaker, especially in light of the cries from the workers at the tax service, who are under increased pressure as it relates to revenue collection. And so we are waiving taxes for those who will bring 250 without any requirement to show the social aspects and benefits that that such an investment will bring. So we say, Madam Speaker, that if that could be added, that it would be helpful.
I recognize Senator Colette Bontero.
Yes, Madam President. Allow me to welcome my fellow Santillanian, Senator Mark O'Brien, and to welcome back Dr. McKay. I'm only going to touch on one point very quickly, Madam President, because I believe Senator Michael Perfeet did not read the recent Fiscal Incentive Act that we passed in the Senate that grants exemption for import duty, revenue replacement duty, excise duty, payment of business tax, and this is all to MSMEs, not $250 million companies. So the incentives are there. And referring to Senator Dennison, the procedure is very straightforward. All right? Anybody that comes in here that has X amount of capital to invest in Belize, even if they get the opportunity to see any of the ministers prior, they are sent directly to Beltrade. They are sent directly to Beltrade. As a matter of fact, it's all there. They are sent to Beltrade, to the technical people, to do all the assessment and all the background check and all the necessary due diligence. All right? And if Beltrade says no, they can appeal to the minister, but the minister will always, and if you know our PM pretty good, too good, you will also recognize that from the inception of this administration, we've not had any sanctuary or anything close to it. Because we make certain that we do proper diligence. Proper due diligence. And Beltrade is now functioning the way Beltrade was set up to function. All right, Mr. Almendares and the team at Beltrade are doing a tremendous work and a tremendous job. All right? Now, Brother Mike, the Fiscal Incentive Act, please read it again, because our people are benefiting from this. And seriously, I was talking to recently, Senator, to the folks at Customs Department, and you realize that their collection has grown substantially under this administration because we are putting in place the measures to ascertain that the government is collecting its fair share. What we are doing here is giving the incentives so that we can continue to grow this economy in a sustainable way. I support this, Madam President.
Senator Mark O'Brien.
Good morning, Madam President, fellow Senator colleagues. Thank you guys for welcoming me into the Senate meeting today. In regards to the Fiscal Incentive Amendment Bill 2024, we know it is very important for high incentive company, as a matter of fact, any company to come and invest in our country, because it boosts up our development or economic development. It creates jobs, provides goods, services, but we have to be careful at how we do such. We have to provide attractive packages to have these investors come and invest in our nation. But we have to be careful that we're not giving out more than we're receiving. So we have to be cognizant of that. One thing that caught my attention is they will meet, they have met or will meet. I think we need to be very careful in regards to, we need to make sure that we see that finance up front, or they have the availability before we allow these packages to these investors. I'm not going to indulge too deep, and yes, Senator Montejo, I went and I read the Fiscal Incentive Act that provides the micro, small, and the medium enterprises some sort of different exemption from taxes and duties. But I do believe that these small, micro, small, and medium enterprises are the foundation and backbone of the business and investment in our country. And I think that we can do more for them. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Chris Cowie.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, I give a little bit of context. Senator Montejo certainly highlighted what had transpired over the past couple of years. This administration certainly encourages and seeks to facilitate the private sector as that engine of growth, in particular in supporting investment, both in small business and in large investments. The results, again with the statistics, are there for all of us to appreciate, to see. Between 2009 and 2019, the average growth in investment, that's measured by gross fixed capital formation on our GDP statistics, was on average a growth of about 1.4% a year. In 2020, that, because of COVID, it dramatically contracted by 12%. But in 2021, we saw a tremendous increase in investment, and that investment is not foreign direct investment only, it includes local investment. That increase in investment was upwards of 38% in 2021 alone. It increased further in 2022 by another 21%. In 2023, this 2023 figure is preliminary, but it's roughly 12% increase. That is in stark contrast to an average investment growth rate of about 1 to 1.5% in the prior 10 or dozen years. What that has meant is that for the first time in, I think it was 2022, we have surpassed $1 billion in investment by domestic and foreign investors in Belize. In 2023, we're expecting closer to $1.3 billion. Both of those never occurred in the past. But that reflects, again, this administration's efforts in attracting investment, both domestic and foreign. So in the case of the Fiscal Incentives Act that was passed last year, in May or so of last year, the particular focus was on small business. We recognize that I think almost 90% of businesses across the country are small business. So that certainly was the priority for this administration, that we support small business, and that is what the Fiscal Incentives Act does. But obviously, we can't ignore the large investor just the same. And in terms of the large investor, we have, as you can see the numbers, more and more investment coming into the country. I think in 2022, we were upwards of 400 million in foreign direct investment, and similar numbers, or close to those numbers, in 2023. It's now increasing again in 2024. So we have that foreign direct investment that is building, and that we see the opportunity for it to expand in a far more significant way. But as leader of government, business says, and as we've had that experience with these foreign investors coming, the preference is not to have customized exemptions like the State Bank legislation or the NGC legislation, but to have a more standardized approach to treatment of exemptions for all these large-scale investors. And that is what this legislation seeks to do. But what this legislation also, this amendment bill also seeks to do, is the very opposite of what is being spoken about ministerial discretion. Absolutely not. This, in fact, creates a new check on ministerial discretion. 16B, subsection 6. Is it subsection 6? Subsection 5 specifically requires the approval of cabinet. So there is no side arrangement that can occur. It has to come to the executive arm of government. How is that in any way ministerial discretion being unduly exercised? Even if the recommendation of the executive director after the analysis by the whole Beltrade team is done and is against the process, and it is appealed to the minister can't approve on his own. The minister has to come to cabinet and get the cabinet's approval. But even before that, what's important to appreciate is the full-scale, in-depth analysis that is undertaken by Beltrade. That there's a full cost-benefit analysis, the impact to the economy. That's Beltrade's job. All the social components that are of concern, that is embedded in that analysis. And that is where, once that analysis is done, the executive director then makes the recommendation on behalf of Beltrade with, as the legislation provides, justification having to be provided along with that recommendation. So there is no abuse. This is, in fact, the check that is being established because it is a high-scale investment that is being considered for exemption. So I just want to highlight that this is the actual opposite of what is being suggested here, that is being provided for in the legislation. There is an added check of the approval of cabinet. But overall, I think what I just want to highlight is that a legislation such as this is just a continuing reflection of the support that the government has for investment by the private sector, whether domestic or foreign, any investment, that we will enable the investment that will support our economy and our people at large. Thank you.
Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Fiscal Incentive Act number 4 of 2023, to provide for exemption on import duty for foreign managers and foreign skilled workers employed by a person with investment of US $250 million and above, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize the leader of government. No. Clerk, I jumped you. Please go ahead.
Bill for an act to amend the Fiscal Incentives Act, Act number 4 of 2023, to provide for exemption on import duty for foreign managers and foreign skilled workers employed by a person with investment of US $250 million and above, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to provide for certain exemptions from taxes and duties proposed to be granted to the Southern Deep Port Development Limited by the agreement, to provide for the effective implementation of the Southern Deep Port Development Facility, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, here again is an attempt by the government to provide an enabling legislative framework to attract a $50 million investment to finally operationalize the Commerce Bight Port. It is expected that this will create jobs and, most importantly, introduce a new part of the tourism sector, which is marinas where yachts can come in and harbor and enjoy the beauty of Belize and be based there. I understand from the Minister of Tourism that in Guatemala, in Rio Dulce, the yachts there have to come out of the country of Guatemala for a minimum of 3 months. They would love to do it in Belize, but there is no marina. And so this seems to be an answer to that particular problem, as well as to attracting other marina yachts that want to use marinas in our waters. Most importantly, it is a tremendous stimulus to the economy of the Sand Creek District and the surrounding areas, creating jobs, attracting investment, and we believe, Madam President, to be very beneficial to the economy of Belize.
I recognize Senator Michael Perfy.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll try. Madam President, remember that space, now we're talking about yachts. You guys seem to be on another level. From space to yachts. Not a bulk cargo, not with just regular, common main economy cruise ships coming yachts. All right. Now, Madam President, my philosophy remains the same, If you can have an investment that benefits a community, that adds to that multiplier effect of, I guess, if you have a port with yachts and it comes in and there are fees to be charged and the government makes money and the surrounding communities make money. I mean, how conceptually can you be opposed to that? Conceptually. But, Madam President, there are questions, and as usual, the devil is in the details. Because, Madam President, what this bill does pursuant to an agreement that the government has with the developer is that this place will become a port of entry. Port of entry. I'm just saying, I'm developing the point, man. A port of entry, and a port of entry, Madam President, is as it says, you can pull up from anywhere in the world and be processed as a sovereign nation in that facility. It's primarily for Guatemalans, as the leader of government business said, that would be a big part of the business. They can come here for that 3 months. I don't know if we have the infrastructure and the surrounding beyond the port that will benefit from this, or will it be a port that just they come there and they stay there and only that port benefits? Well, Madam President, it goes more fundamental than that. Rice and beans. Madam President, who are these people? Who is this developer that we're talking about that we will give a port of entry to? And I ask it genuinely. I see in the agreement there's a mention of it was signed by an Emilio Zabani and the government. But, Madam President, who else is involved in this project? Who are the funders of this project? Because this agreement has some striking clauses in there that we could come here today, debate and agree that since from what we know Emilio Zabani is a Belizean, but there's nothing that prevents him from unilaterally divesting himself of these shares next week and give it to somebody else without even telling the government. Or if he can't meet, or his company can't meet his obligations, these funders can come in and just take over the port. And who would be these funders? Suppose it's some of the same owners of those Guatemalan yachts. We don't know. Not saying they are, but we don't know. Then you will have who controlling your port of entry. Madam President, under the new law when it comes to companies registry, it's not easy to research a company, you know, Madam President. It used to be Collect Mejia and Collect Montejo Limited. I go to the company's registry, I punch that in a computer and they give me name, director, shareholder, everybody. Now you have to find out who the agent of that company is. And you have to see if you can get around that agent to get that information. So information is lacking. So don't come with me and tell me if you want us to support something like this, that the developer is Southern Deep Port Development Limited, a company formed under the Belize Companies Act with a registered office situated at 1 Commerce Bight Road, Belize. Who they? Who are the principals of the, who are we getting in bed with to have a port of entry? That is what we want to know. And Madam President, when you look at the bill, and I'll get to the agreement, I don't know if the bill, they want to have the agreement serve as some sort of regulations already or some schedule to the bill. It doesn't say that in the bill. But a fee will be collected from these people who dock at this place. And I noticed there's a trend. Well, it's continuing. That they will give some of that fee to the BTB. But Madam President, the high time has come, you know. It's not the BTB that gives these exemptions, you know. It's the government. You don't know BTB, you don't know statutory body. Let that, if the government is giving these exemptions, whatever it is we used to do before, the time has come to say, let that money come to the Ministry of Tourism. Let it come so that it can be a part of the Consolidated Revenue Fund so we can see how much is coming in and how it is being spent. Once it reaches BTB, it is out of National Assembly control and to know how much is actually being spent there. Because they don't report to us, unlike what you see in the Consolidated Revenue Fund. So BTB is getting richer and richer from public funds with no accountability. That's why you could have $5 million concerts with no check and balance. Because they're collecting this money, and there's no way for us to debate what we do with that money when they collect. So it is a concern of us, Madam President, that the BTB get these fees. Now, Madam President, let's go to the agreement. Whereas, reciters, the developer has accumulated substantial experience and expertise in the development and management of port facilities and logistics. Huh? They have? Where's the proof of that track record? Who are these people? We don't know who they are. So how do we know? How does the government just accept that the developer has accumulated substantial experience and expertise in the development and management of port facilities and logistics? How do we know that? We don't have access to that information. The developer has invested considerable finances, time, and other resources in and for the conceptual design. And how we know that? What time? What resources? It's kind of like when you have a cabinet paper that went to the public, Madam President, with Portugal having already invested 12 million US. Where the figures they come from? Who come up with that? What considerate time and resources has this expert? And who is this expert? Who? What is their reputation? Which ports have they built before? Which of these operations have they been a part of before for them to have this expert and logistical know-how that is said in the agreement here? We don't know. How you expect us to support something for which we are in the dark on critical details? Madam President, it's almost every page of this agreement, It says here, it makes provisions for bonds. The developer will be allowed to float bonds and all of that after this agreement and law. Float bonds for what? I thought you already have the $50 million. We are again approaching a situation where people are getting exemptions and agreements with the government and have no money. Where is the money? Can we say that that person has proven to the government that they have the $50 million and where they have gotten that $50 million from? Those are things we need to know, Madam President. As you go through the agreement, Madam President, and it's very important we'll get to government shares, because at the end of this 30-year agreement, whatever shares government will have in this will go back to the developer, You may reach that part there? Senator? Huh? Because there seems to be a swap that I'm sure will be cleared up. No, Madam President. The developer, there are conditions precedent to this agreement. 5.11, the developer has concluded, the funding has concluded. But it's from March, The funding agreements pursuant which it has obtained are third-party funding for the development of the project on terms acceptable to the developer, and the developer has confirmed to the government in writing that it has obtained such funding. Now, has it said in writing that it has obtained such funding, or has it proven to the government that it has obtained this funding? Huh? Because it could promise anything, Jeffrey Prosser all over again, We want to see the 50 million. We want to know we want to know that we are the waste we time in this National Assembly. For the read all anything that for a person when they even bring no money to the table. Because if they don't have it, then why are we rushing to do this? Madam President, 6.3. Why read the whole and they are long and are in a shape. So the developer shall at its sole and absolute discretion create any encumbrances on or over its leasehold interest in the project site, the project and or this agreement in pursuance of the development of the project and the provision of the services or any part thereof, and otherwise in fulfillment of its obligations under the agreement. Madam President, this developer can, right after this law is passed and he has his permission, his permits or whatever, could encumber, could borrow money or put itself in a position where it is beholden to a third party, for example, and without the need for any government input or any government approval. Sir, in the oil industry in Belize, if we can call it an industry for now, there's a thing called a PSC, a production sharing agreement, where the government grants to a company. Now the government says, listen, if you don't have the full capacity at any time to complete this project, you can sublet to another company. But it must be with the approval of the government. The government has to approve who you're passing this project on to. With this agreement, the developer needs no such approval. The developer can just sell it next week to anybody it wants. Who, if you think we don't know who is involved, no, they could sell it to somebody next week that we really don't know who it is. Madam President, it says that the government has already covered it with the $50 million. Then, the developer shall be permitted to grant first priority, first ranking fixed and floating charges and other encumbrances over the entire project, which begs the question from that next section. Why give the developer that right if the developer has the $50 million? If the developer has the $50 million and has demonstrated to the government that it has the $50 million, why do you need to be encumbered in any way? Why will you need to float bonds? Why will you need to sell shares? This sounds like one of two things. This is one dead race project, or there are people involved in this project the government doesn't want us to know. Madam President, then the government will get a 20% share, but we'll come back to that. Madam President, permits, licenses, consents. We're passing a law to give all these exemptions to this developer. The developer agrees that it shall be in compliance with all applicable laws for all aspects of the project facility. The developer shall seek, secure, and maintain all clearances, permits required in relation to the provision of the services and shall comply with all applicable environmental, health, and safety laws. Madam President, does the developer, if you count other obligations, if you go to 13.1.1, obtain all applicable permits as required under applicable law and be in compliance therewith at all times during the term. Madam President, has this project received all its required permits? All environmental clearances? Has it passed every smell test when it comes to the laws of Belize? Because if it hasn't, then why are we giving exemptions and concessions to a company that is not yet qualified? Madam President, it is crazy. The government, it says here, the government shall introduce into the National Assembly and make best efforts to pass such primary and subsidiary legislation, exempt the developer from the payment of any and all customs and excise and revenue replacement duties, general sales tax, contract taxes and withholding taxes, or in connection with importation, purchase or procurement of capital machinery, equipment, spare parts, building materials, fixtures and fittings and office equipment, permits, design, engineering, procurement, construction, and other technical services. You're exempting this developer from the payment. The national government, the central government, is exempting and foregoing all of this revenue only for the BTB to be the one to receive a benefit or a fee. That is unacceptable. Madam President, the government enable, permit, and or cause the Belize Tourism Board to collect a passenger fee of $10. Now, this is in the agreement, Madam President, but as I said before, we don't know if that will be the one implemented by law. Because you see, Madam President, they should have put in here, in the bill, the actual distribution of the funds. In here, it just says that the manner of payment and the ratio of distribution shall be set out in regulations. But are these regulations? This is what the regulation will say. Because if not, how do we know that this exchange is what will actually be the exchange? Because from this, Madam President, $10 for each passenger, $5 will be paid to the BTB, and $5 to the developer. The developer will be able to do duty-free shops. This is a full-fledged, like a cruise sport, only for yachts. Enable, permit, and this is one of my issues with the exemptions. 15.1.1.10. Enable, permit, and or cause the government shares to be duly transferred to the developer at no cost to the developer at the end of the term of the agreement. So at the end of the term of this agreement, Madam President, which is about 30 years, the government will transfer the 20% it will get now to the developer, according to what it says here. That's interesting, because there's another part of the agreement that talks about the transfer of the assets of the developer to the government. So the government will hold the assets, but the developer will own the shares. It's not, they don't, the math is not matting, as they say. The government, upon the signing of this agreement, shall grant in a timely manner all such approvals, permissions, and authorizations which a developer may require. But what do you mean the government shall grant? The government shall grant whether or not they qualify for it. This is why you don't enter into an agreement like this until they have qualified for those things. You're giving someone everything and then telling them to go look for approval. Madam President, the government shall provide all necessary assistance to the developer in securing and all applicable permits, licenses, or consents for the purposes of the project and the provision of the services, including but not limited to all consents, permits, and approvals required from the Department of the Environment, the Central Building Authority, the Belize Port Authority, the Belize Tourism Board, and Beltrade for the completion or success of the project as contemplated herein. Madam President, why is the government guaranteeing these things to a company in agreement before it even comes to the National Assembly? Why will the government say, I shall secure those things for you? But suppose they don't qualify for it, then how do you secure it for them? You have an agreement that says that the government will secure for you all your environmental clearances and your permits. Then the Department of Environment does an investigation and says, but wait, you don't qualify? And then you, government, have already signed an agreement saying you will grant it? And you've already brought legislation to the National Assembly cementing it? You're putting the cart before the horse. And there seems to be such a rush to get this done. Such a rush to get this through Parliament. Such a rush for this person or this group or this company to have everything that they need without even demonstrating yet that they're qualified to do what they want to do or can afford to do what they're proposing to do. The government shall not hinder the developer from being able to purchase foreign currency, although authorized dealers permitted by the laws of Belize to supply currency. You can't this thing with foreign currency where you just immediately get it, or you have government support for it. No. Funders' rights, because in this agreement have a thing what they call funders. I don't know, Madam President, me only gonna nations. Funders. Like, you just don't need the person where they fund this thing. So, assuming it's Emilio Zabane because his name is on the agreement, he gets his funding from who knows who. He doesn't have to tell the government who he get the funding from, you know. But it turns out he's not performing or he can't pay back the funds. As the developer will, on the basis of funding agreements, procure project financing for the transactions set out, government and developer agree to enter into good faith negotiation with the funders regarding conclusion and execution of a direct agreement or customary terms, which will include funders' step-in rights. The funders in this case, Madam President, will have what is called step-in rights. So if for some reason this money is borrowed by this company, and whether they can't pay it back or pretend to can't pay it back or were not able to pay it back in the first place, because that was maybe a part of the plan, the funders step in and take over the project. Now, right now, we're in the National Assembly of this country. We're in the National Assembly of a sovereign nation trying to decide whether or not we will approve this bill, and we don't know who these funders are. We don't know who. If the current developer cannot fulfill his obligations to the funders, will come and take over our port. That is dangerous. There are people funding this person who are in the wings waiting that if he fails, they step in. Who those people are, we don't know. What can the government do about that? Nothing. Come on. Come on. Madam President, this is where it says here, transfer of the project facility. In consideration of the government fulfilling all its obligations as set forth in this agreement, including but not limited to the transfer of the government shares to the developer on the termination date in pursuance of clause 15.7. Boss, there is no 15.7. This goes to 15.5. Or at least the one presented to me by the National Assembly. There is no 15.7. Which 15.7 are you referring to? The developer shall, on the termination date, at the so-called expense of the developer, deliver possession of the project facility and project site to the government, free from any encumbrance in a reasonably good operating condition. So at the end of the term, the government gives the developer the shares, but the developer gives the government the assets. You see, this is the problem when you cut and paste agreements, you know, Madam President. You mix up things and you refer to sections that don't exist. And you have competing clauses that just don't make any sense. And you come and you ask us to approve this for this company that we know nothing about to have port of entry power. Madam President, nothing. There's a section in here. I don't know. Maybe this can be explained to me. You see, and maybe it could be harmless, you know. But when you operate in secrecy, because I'm sure if I were to write the Prime Minister tomorrow and ask him, under the Freedom of Information Act, who these developers are, just ignore me. You just ignore me. Because you don't have to provide that to nobody. I will tell you nothing. You write me a question and ask me who get paid for this, and I will tell you nothing. That's the attitude. To the point where you put in front of the National Assembly a contract where it says there, section 19, intentionally omitted. What is intentionally omitted? You just don't like the number 19? Huh? Because if it is a harmless intention, just make Section 20B, Section 19, or Article 19. What is intentionally omitted in this agreement? Especially since we do not know anything beyond a company name that will be the developer in this case. Madam President, what's wrong with these people? You don't think we don't read anything? Really? Oh. Madam President, if you look at 22.7, for the avoidance of doubt, neither this clause nor any clause entitling the government to cancel or terminate this agreement shall permit the government to cancel or terminate this agreement prior to the funders having elected whether or not to exercise their stepping rights. So the government is not happy with the developer. Or the government can say, you know what? Similar to how we can't believe a man was in charge of a receivership for 20 years over the Belize City port. You know what? We want to take over this port. Because we believe that with the amount of concessions and giveaways that we're doing, better we run it ourselves. Right? No. No, the government can't do it. The funders who are financing this project have the right before the government to step in and say, we want to do it. Who are these people, Madam President? Who are these funders that we don't know about? Who are these people in the shadows, in the wings, waiting to take over in the event that this developer doesn't succeed? We need to know. We need to know who will be giving charge of a port entry. Port entry, man, I mean, you have a present passport or something when you land. Port entry. We need to know who the players are. We don't need a person who just signs the agreement on the name of a company. The country of Belize needs to know who we're getting in bed with. Madam President, when you look at this agreement, it is littered with what we can't accept. It's littered with things that makes you wonder. The developer may subcontract and otherwise delegate in favor of any person. Because that clause wasn't hammered enough in the previous clauses, they bring it home nearly in a Creole. In Article 10, Section 29. The developer may subcontract and otherwise delegate in favor of any person. Any person. This agreement or the rights, benefits, and obligations hereunder, or any portion thereof. Any person. The developer could say, boy, El Chapo don't come out of jail and we are giving him. Any person. Without the government having a say as to who that person will be. That is unacceptable. And then, Madam President, you're talking about sovereign immunity in a local contract. The government in Belize, man, you're weary when you think about sovereign immunity. The government is waiving sovereign in a local contract. It's right there. Under Article 10, number 31, the government unconditionally and irrevocably and to the maximum extent permissible by law agrees that the execution, delivery, and performance of it by this agreement does not constitute sovereign acts, agrees that should any proceedings be brought against it in relation to this agreement or any transaction contemplated by this agreement, no sovereign immunity from such proceedings shall, to the extent that it would otherwise be entitled to do so under law, be claimed by or on behalf of itself. With a surrender sovereign immunity to a seemingly harmless little port in Commerce Bight that will only handle yachts. Madam President, these details make it very, very difficult to support this bill. I thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Alvin Bengasher.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to speak on this bill, the Southern Deep Port Development Facility Bill. And I know that the standing orders in the standing order book says that we must speak in English. But as I look at what is before me, allow me to just say something in Garufa and near Kate Bimetia. That there is something sweet here. Madam President, I listen to Mr. Perifit, and while I can appreciate the things he has said, I want to also make mention of something he repeated about 3 times: rushing into something. But at the same time, I want to also say that Commerce Bite is not something.
Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 10.8, I move that the proceedings of the order paper be entered upon and proceeded with at this day sitting at any hour though opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day sitting at any hour though opposed. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I was at the point where I mentioned that Senator Perifit mentioned on 3 or 4 occasions rushing. But, Madam President, as I make my contribution this afternoon, forenoon, I want to perhaps speak from a perspective of having lived in the area for the better part of my life. And so I speak with a sense of pride and almost with a sense of emotionalism insofar as this development is concerned. As one who grew up in Stand Creek and saw the betterment of this facility and that which is around it, that which was once bright and vibrant as a little boy growing up, and that which after a period of time almost became dilapidated. And there were people, and there have been people in and around Stand Creek and Dangriga who have asked the question time and time again, as administrations have come and as administrations have gone, have asked the question, what kind of development can take place and what benefit can it be to the people of Dangriga and Stan Creek. And that question has gone begging for a number of years. And so as I speak, Madam President, I speak from that perspective, knowing the history, the rich history of the place. Perhaps it is important for us to note that if there's any rush, that it needs to be now. The people of Dangriga, the people of Stan Creek have languished over years, especially from an economic perspective. You and I know, Madam President, that the area, the entire Stan Creek was once rich for its citrus and its banana industry. And over the years, those two industries have suffered for one reason or the other. That which I will not debate this afternoon. But what I can say is that the people who have been in a direct way affected have been Dangriganas and the people from Stan Creek. A lot of us have had to leave home seeking employment in other areas. A lot of us, no doubt, I would say for some who have gone back, have longed for home, a little bit of employment, to be able to settle back home with a state of being able to afford something, less crime in the area, etc., etc., etc. And so you will give me I will be allowed the opportunity just to speak to some areas of the bill, but let me first say, Madam President, that it is important to recognize the efforts of the area representative, Louis Zabani, and what he has been doing. And I have to be careful how I speak, but give the man his due. He has been working sacrificially in the immediate area with the people, and so we see the fruits of what he's doing in a bill of this nature. Along with him, the Mayor Mariano, and I cannot leave out the union, Senator Dennison, and the work that the union has been doing in this short period of time. I know you went down there yourself to have seen what is taking place in the immediate area. So I know that perhaps maybe you can speak on behalf of the union and speak also on behalf of your national president. But I think, Madam President, it's important to point out these things and these persons, because, as I said, the sacrifice they are making to bring back something positive to Dangriga and Stan Creek. And perhaps the developers, I know much has been said, but I think it is also important to point out the developers in this sense. And I think that they are people of integrity. We have produced from our area in Dangriga and Stan Creek people of integrity. And I want to believe that we will continue to do so. The bill itself, as we look at it, and I know that what was mentioned, a part of what was mentioned was the environmental clearance. But, Madam President, when we look at what will be developed over a period of time, there is something already in place so that there is a foundation in place. And unlike other projects, we do not have to go and do any heavy dredging in the area. We do not have to disturb the mangroves in any area, and so we need not worry about that aspect of it. There is already, as I said, because it has a history, there are already some things in place. Allow me also, Madam President, to speak to the employment benefit and the economic benefits of what will be constructed here. One of the things that we must also note is that the first phase of the construction will employ some 106 workers, which we hope will be Dangriganas. And so they will benefit in a direct way. And again, perhaps, maybe Senator Denison will be able to speak to that aspect, especially as it involves the union. In each additional phase of what will be developed, additional work will be provided for Dangriganas and for people from in and around the area. Now, if that is not economic benefit, I don't know what is. If that will not benefit the immediate society, I don't know what is. I believe that as a Dangriganan, I have to continue to support what is before us this afternoon. The economic impact will also include the cultural part of what we hope will become something bigger, Madam President, and we will be even more proud of the cultural capital, as we know in time to come what will ooze out of this development is, as I said, the infrastructure to be able to not only facilitate small crews, but there will also be the marine, and I know that the leader in the Senate mentioned Guatemalans. But it's not only the Guatemalans, Senator. We must also vision for other people. Small crews coming out of Miami can be a part of this. I was reading the other day where I think it was Michael Jordan, the basketball player, looking for a place to take his yacht. Why can't we attract people like Michael Jordan? We must not think that we cannot. We must think big, man. And so I don't only think of the Guatemalans, I think about others who can also be a part of the pie. And so that we don't get other people excited about only the Guatemalans, we can include other persons. And so, Madam President, I was at the point where I was also saying that the cultural capital will also benefit, because these, in time to come, we will have these people, when they come off the cruise, they will be able to visit the town. They will be able to visit the lady who make drum. the lady who makes boats. I bought a drum last week, Madam President. Beautiful drum. I sat there and saw her put it together. I bought a mortar, the one you beat the planting in. And I saw her putting the finishing touches as I sat there. And I was able to see all this. What about people who we can attract to come and to also have that kind of experience? And in addition to that, Madam President, they will spend their money in the immediate area so that there will be benefits for the local people. There will be benefit for the people doing craft. There will be benefit for the lady who wants to sell something on the side because she will be earning. I think I must say that that is something that I can look forward to as a person coming out of Dangriga. I want to remind us and remind the nation that the kind of people we are seeking to attract for something of that nature is that these people are not necessarily overnight guests, like those people who come into the cruise ship presently. They come, spend a few hours, and they're gone. What we are trying to attract is those persons who will come in for a day or 2 days, etc. As I have seen the plan and the development that is to take place, we can include sports in it. They can go and they can watch football. I noticed the outgoing clerk is not here anymore. We used to play football. They can watch us play football on the side and enjoy a little bit of football game. And I think those are some of the things that we can look forward to in a facility of this nature. Madam President, there is the educational component of this thing. That the educational component will include, for example, the IT vet students who are attending classes presently 8 miles, is it, Senator John? Is it 8 miles? IT vet out there by 8 miles. And they're receiving training. They are learning how to make craft work. I have seen it with my own eyes. And I have seen how some of these young men and women are developing, Madam President. Some of them could have been in gangs, but the decision they made was to attend IT vet and to try and make something of themselves. They will be able to transition into the area of also being able to sell craft to those people who are coming off their cruise ship. And lastly, Madam President, the social impact. Earlier we spoke about, for one of the bills, having to address the crime situation. Well, if we have things of this nature, it will reduce crime. It will put young Dangriganers to work. It will increase employment. And I want to, with a sincere heart, support this bill. I thank you.
I recognize Senator Erica Jack.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to support this bill. And as an individual from the Dangriga community, Dangriga has been waiting for over 20 years for such an initiative to happen. And I am so grateful. I am so grateful that it has finally come to pass. Dangriga has lots to offer. And I want to thank Senator Bishop Bengoshe for giving all those exciting things that my community has to offer. However, though, I want to walk you through that particular community. Dangriga offers safe spaces for individuals. And it has friendly people who are always ready and welcoming. I want to say just a little bit. Senator Bengoshe, you mentioned that the standing order said that we should only speak English. But of course, I also want to include a little phrase in my language. Resibi hamutibo Dangrigana. Dangriga welcomes everybody. Very, very friendly people. And as we walk through, you have individuals who are very versed and talented with the creation of art. I want to also mention my uncle, Mr. Austin Rodriguez, who has been making jobs all his life, the best that you can find. He's in his 90s, but he's still working, strong. And I'm so glad that this opportunity is here for him to even more showcase the talents that he and his children have. There is the Gulisi Garifuna Museum. We also have Mary Sharp Fine Food. You can go there and visit. We also have Auntie Maggie that can allow you to immerse yourself in the Garifuna culture with the music and dance. We have individuals waiting, ready to share our language. We have so much things to offer. It was just that we were awaiting this opportunity. And finally, I believe that Dangriga will produce greatness. Madam President, I stand before you today to passionately advocate for the Southern Deport Development Facility. This endeavor holds tremendous promise for economic advancement and well-being for our nation, particularly benefiting the vibrant community of Dangriga. The establishment and operation of the port, marina, and terminal facility in Dangriga will serve as a moving force, ushering in a new era of prosperity and growth. We are not only creating opportunities for enhanced connectivity and trade, but also laying the groundwork for a significant uptick in tourism, a cornerstone of our economy. Right now, tourism is the lifeblood of Belize, and the development of the modern port facility in the south will unlock a treasure trove of opportunity for the local community. The arrival of tourists via cruise ship and other vessels will inject vitality into the local economy, creating jobs and fostering economic opportunity for the people of Dangriga and nearby areas. Madam President, if you allow me, when I look at the section under obligation, section 13.1.7, it says, the developer, with the assistance of the government, make commercially reasonable efforts to ensure they procure that only Belizean citizens are employed by its safe and expect where the required expertise is not available locally. When I look at this, Madam President, this just shows me that our government ensures that Belizeans are placed first. We are putting Belizeans first, ensuring that this opportunity that comes will be given to our people in Dangriga and the surrounding communities. By ensuring that this facility remains locally owned, we are empowering our own citizens to take charge of their economic destinies and fostering a sense of pride and ownership within the Dangriga community. The revenue generated from this project will circulate within our borders, benefiting businesses, individuals, and our government, therefore driving a sustainable growth in our development. Madam President, I stand wholeheartedly as Dangrigans will now celebrate the benefit of this project. I am seeing young people, with reference to Senator Bengoshe, almost every 3 days, if you go on Facebook and you look at the Dangriga constituency page, and the job that our area representative is putting with reference to IT vet and training the children, it's very, very immense. And I believe that this is going to give them a great opportunity to showcase themselves, to empower them as individuals within the Dangriga community and make better for our nation. Madam President, I urge the rest of my colleagues to support this bill as I support it as well. Thank you.
Madam President,
I recognize Senator Glenfield Dennison.
Madam President, I thank you. As a creature of instruction, Madam President, I represent here the workers throughout this country under the umbrella organization of the National Trade Union Congress of Belize, and I bring a message from the Southern Workers Union, who have been actively seeking an audience with me and who invited me personally to Dangriga to be able to appreciate more deeply why they are in support of this bill. I had prepared some notes, Madam Speaker, but I think it remiss of me to not go and give you directly from the horse's mouth of the workers, the Southern Workers Union, of the members of the Southern Workers Union. Madam President and honorable members, the workers of that union wrote me to say, and I quote, "We have observed that the government of Belize is committed to the growth, development, and transformation of the country's economy." And they go on that there is a pressing need for economic activity to take place in Dangriga town. It is for those reasons, Madam President, that they go on that the Commerce Bight Pier Port, as being brought to us by the Southern Deep Port Development Facility Bill, is essential for job creation, economic sustainability, and the development that was done with consultation with the Southern workers and the members. And they are of the opinion, Madam President, that this port development has yielded and has the confidence of the people of Dangriga. It is for that reason and the reasons specified by Senator Bengoshe that relate to the developments that would occur and the benefits that would accrue to the people of Dangriga in phase 1, 2, and 3 of this development that the National Trade Union Congress of Belize rises to support this bill, Madam President. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Dr. Elmake.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, fellow senators, for the warm welcome once again. I rise on behalf of the non-governmental organizations to make some comments on the Southern Deep Port Development Facility Bill and ask your kind permission to refer to my notes. In the interest of time, I'm going to try to be very brief, Madam President, and I just want to start by saying that this development indeed seems to present a great opportunity for a more prosperous economy and employment of our fellow Belizeans in Dangriga and the South, while using something or repurposing something that already exists. The new development has the potential to showcase the incredible cultural and natural assets of the region. So we're very happy to see this development moving along. However, Madam President, I want to take this opportunity to raise 2 points for reflection that are very important to our non-governmental organization sector and that I hope the government will hear us on. The first is that this bill really reminds us or has once more brought up a discussion of yet another tourism port for Belize, while to date we continue without a comprehensive cruise port policy and plan for the country. We really need some clarity on our direction with respect to cruise ports. And, you know, the repurposing of an existing facility like this Commerce Bay facility, the smaller size of the development, the nature of the development as a public-private partnership with local investors are all leagues ahead of the ongoing mega cruise tourism port fiasco our country has found itself embroiled in. So as a country, we do need to do better, and we will continue to challenge our government administration to work with all stakeholders on developing a vision and a plan for our development, particularly as it concerns ports and tourism. There's a famous saying that says, if you don't know where you're going, any road will get you there. But this is our Belize. This is our only Belize, and we Belizeans don't want any road. I think we want a road that we can see clearly. I think we want a road that will not give in on us when we most need to travel. I think we need a road that empowers our people and allows us to maintain the integrity of our natural and cultural assets. Therefore, Madam President, we continue to call on the government of Belize to make good on a collaborative process to develop a comprehensive cruise tourism ports vision, plan, and policy for the country so that we can all work together towards a collective vision and not just the vision imposed on us by a few. And my second point, Madam President, is that as a government, we, and I say we because today we're all here as part of government, we need to lead the way in good practices. Today we are signing off on this Southern Deep Port Facility Bill that as a country further legally binds us to a developer. This bill and the accompanying agreement speak to the developer following all applicable laws and obtaining all applicable permits, and commits our government to grant in a timely manner all such approvals, permissions, and authorizations as the developer may require. However, our understanding is that to date nothing has been done yet to obtain environmental clearance for the project. Shouldn't this important process have been initiated? We have a law called the Environmental Protection Act that was created for a very good purpose, basically to act as a safeguard for impacts that we need to anticipate from any development, because it is when we can assess such impacts that then we can make an appropriate compliance plan that assists the developer to mitigate any negative impacts that we identify. So I think the biggest question on my mind as I read through the bill was, why do we keep getting entangled in legally binding agreements before we follow through on the very same laws we created to ensure developments are socially and environmentally sound? Not because the development sounds good, but because the assessment has been done and publicly vetted per our laws. Perhaps legally, we're here not doing anything inappropriate, but governance-wise, good practice-wise, it does feel a little bit like the horse before the cart. Madam President, I just take these final moments to remind us that our laws regarding environmental clearance and the development of environmental and social impact assessments exist for a very good reason. With tourism can come economic and social prosperity, and we all want to see this for our beloved Dangriga. But tourism is not without pitfalls, including the potential erosion, overuse, misuse, and mischaracterization of the very cultural and natural assets on which it relies. Therefore, Madam President, please let us proceed as soon as possible with the environmental clearance process and the required assessments needed to understand potential impacts, and to importantly put plans in place to mitigate any negative impacts, so that this new opportunity for Dangriga and Belize can be the very best it can be, not just for our economy, but for safeguarding our cultural identity, heritage, above all our authenticity, as well as maintaining the integrity of our natural ecosystems and biodiversity. Thank you.
Madam President, I first want to thank the social partner senators who have spoken for their support for the bill and for the very rational, clear, and compelling basis on which they have expressed their support. We are appreciative of their support. And once again, do not listen to petty and personal contributions by those who are opposing everything. Let the record reflect Senator Perafit is against this investment. Them beat them like a drum over 3,000 times in Toledo East, and I still not understand. Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to provide for certain exemption from taxes and duties proposed to be granted to the Southern Deep Port Development Limited by the agreement to provide for the effective implementation of the Southern Deep Port Development Facility and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bill for an act to provide for certain exemptions from taxes and duties proposed to be granted to the Southern Deep Port Development Limited by the agreement to provide for the effective implementation of the Southern Deep Port Development Facility and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Madam President, I move that the Senate do now suspend for 45 minutes.
The Senate now suspends for 45 minutes.
All right. After taking our short recess, we will resume with our session for today. I recognize the leader of government business.
Mr. President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to establish the Millennium Challenge Account Belize Authority with the objective to implement projects which are aimed at reducing poverty and promoting sustainable economic growth in Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. President, members of the Senate, as you know, the United States and Belize entered into a compact through the Millennium Challenge Corporation, which essentially provides for a grant of US $125 million. It will focus on the funds will be used focusing on two areas, education and energy. And what this bill does is to present the framework within which the funds will be used, the project administered, and the oversight and reporting responsibility to account for the grant. We commend it to the Senate.
Recognize the
Thank you, Mr. President. Not to look a gift horse in the mouth, Mr. President, but I need to know what the deal is. One day the United States of America gets up and just gives Belize $125 million US. What led to that? What's the quid pro quo? It's not a nation that's known to just give things freely, you know. So it's legitimate for any Belizean citizen to ask, well, what are we giving up? What is this costing us? And we're not indicating at all that it may be anything sinister. We just need to know, what do we give in return for this? And Mr. President, in economics we have this little saying we like to call, it's an acronym, but actually can pronounce it, it's called Tanstaffel, right? Sounds German. But it's an acronym for, there ain't no such thing as a free lunch. And nothing in this world more expensive than something that is supposedly free. So we want to know what makes them so generous at this point. And Mr. President, as I read this bill, the bill is founded on what is called a CDF agreement. And it means the Grant and Implementation Agreement, dated March 1st, 2023, entered into by and between Belize and the MCC as amended or otherwise modified. But where is this agreement? Where is this agreement? And not only where is this agreement, but what's in this agreement? Because therein may lie what we're giving up for this $250 million. We don't know. I tried to call the financial secretary, got no response. I called the clerk. The clerk responded and said, well, there is no agreement attached to this bill, which this bill speaks to. And we would have liked to see that agreement that spawned this bill. So how can you support something when you don't have the document that supposedly led to you coming to this agreement and drafting this bill? It's difficult, Mr. President. And you like to say I oppose just to oppose. That's not the case. But then come correct, because we have to pick these things apart. And the government may want to give the impression that it is so well performing, so wicked, greater than Muhammad Ali, that they have earned the love of the Americans to just give them 125 million US for energy and development. But Mr. President, that's not so. Because when you look at this document, we have absolutely no control or very little control over how that money is spent and how those projects take place. It means, Mr. President, that the giver of this money not trust the government. They not trusting. Because there's a body, it's a corporation which is called the MCC. The Millennium Challenge Corporation, a United States government corporation established under the laws of the United States, which is the American government, forming a corporation to say we as the MCC will be a part of every aspect of this money that we're giving you and how you're going to spend it. So it's not like they are taking money and saying, here you go, Belizean government, you have been performing so well, we're going to grant you 125 million US. That is a narrative that is false. Secondly, Mr. President, it talks about a country contribution. But nowhere in here does it indicate what the amount of that country contribution is. Nowhere in here does it indicate that we will get $250 million. We have received nothing to say, you know what, the US government has committed to $250 million because it is not mentioned anywhere in here in this bill. So that may not be so. We may not get 250. The commitment may not even be for 250. We don't know. We don't see anything to that effect. Other than the Prime Minister saying so. And you will excuse us if we don't believe what he says. And then what is the amount of our contribution to this? How much are we actually putting into this? And if we're getting such cheap money, as Senator Cowie is implying, then why not just get this money from one of our sources that practically lend us money for free? Because it is very difficult for anybody to believe that they will give us 125 million US dollars because we look good. What's the catch? The Belizean people are legitimate in asking that question. Now, the authority shall be capable of performing the obligations of the government under the CDF agreement and compact. But we don't have a CDF agreement. I don't know if any other senator has possession of that, but we don't have a CDF agreement. We have not been provided with a CDF agreement that forms the foundation of what led to this piece of legislation. We are shooting in the dark. If you look, Mr. President, the authority, which will be the joint between the government and the U.S., will engage fiscal agent and procurement agent and any replacement of these agents subject to the approval of the MCC. This bill is littered with that statement, subject to the approval of the MCC, which means that they will determine whatever it is we do and have to approve everything. So make no mistake about this. This is not some government project. This is not because we have been performing so well and they have rewarded us with this. They are going to have their hand in every aspect of what they do. And that must be very clear to the Belizean public. There shall be an executive director. Yes, because we are a sovereign nation. There shall be an executive director of the authority who shall be selected through an open and competitive recruitment and selection process and nominated by the board with the approval of the MCC. It's important for us to know what is the condition of this 125 million US? Because if it comes at a price that we don't know about, then we should not be allowing the MCC to approve everything that goes on with this project. It's not fair, it's not right. We're poor, but we got pride and we got integrity. We're not hungry. The executive director shall head the operations unit. There shall be an operations unit. The key staff in the operation unit shall be selected through an open and competitive recruitment and selection process and hired by the executive director with the approval of the Americans. They will approve, they have to approve and have their say in everything. So, this is almost like they're coming to take over the works that we do in our country. They don't trust us. And why don't they trust us? Why don't they offer it like a loan or a grant? The people for Taiwan gave us $80 million 2 years in a row without any of these strictures. The US government can't give you nothing for them. So what is the catch? And why do they have to be all up in our business like this? When you turn the page, the board of directors of the authority, the board shall be comprised of initially the financial secretary, the CEO, different CEOs, and then any change of any member of the board, including any observer, or on the composition of the size of the board and the fulfilling of any vacant seat, including observer, shall require the prior approval of the MCC. Each voting member shall designate one alternate with clear decision-making authority who can attend and take actions at any meeting of the board on behalf of the voting member, and such designation shall be approved by the MCC. Then it says here, section 12, a little word can make a big difference, The representative of the MCC will serve as an observer of the board. Not serve as an observer on the board, Serve as an observer of the board. So the Americans will be observing the entire board and their workings and their incoming. What this enough for we think? You sure we're not paying a price for this? You sure there is no catch to this? This song funny? The member of the board representing the private sector shall be selected by the Belize Chamber of Commerce and Industry through an open and transparent recruitment and selection process as approved by the MCC. They're not just neither. The member of the board representing civil society shall be selected by the organizations named by the government through an open and transparent recruitment and selection process as approved by the MCC. The MCC shall approve the final selection of the members of the board representing the civil and private sector. You sound like only the teachers they respect. And the church, maybe. Seems like they don't require no MCC approval for no hands if you all will be involved at all. If any member of the board representing a government ministry resigns or is removed from such government ministry, or a vacancy otherwise occurs with respect to that member, the position of that member of the board shall, with the approval of the MCC, Mr. President, the Prime Minister got up in the House of Representatives and claimed that basically it would be a donation and that projects will happen, and all we would have to do as a government is to provide reports or give audits. This requires an imposition of another country into our affairs, into our operations. That doesn't offend you, Mr. President. That doesn't offend anybody. That's crazy. They will be operating, and we'll get to the immunities, because look, we like give immunity. You turn the page. Any person filling a vacancy shall be subject to the approval of the MCC. The board shall be responsible for ensuring that all MCC funding received or that is projected to be received by the government for each financial year is accounted for in the annual budget of the government. I mean, wow. Turn again. The board shall not undertake any activities, duties, or responsibilities other than those stipulated under this act, compact, and the program without the prior written consent of the MCC. So what we're looking at is that Belizeans in charge of Belizean projects. This is the Americans coming in and running things in our country. That has to give you some pause. Even if it's $250 million, that has to give you some pause. Especially when we don't have the CDF agreement that they're talking about in this bill. Mr. President, you have an observer who will propose topics to be discussed by the board. Man, you know that proposal, I don't know proposal. You tell her what you talk about. Any remuneration paid to members of the board will be set forth in any bylaws of the authority subject to the approval of the MCC. I mean, this is absolute and total control of this project by the Americans. I can understand they're supposedly giving us something, but you don't give up your national dignity, pride, and sovereignty for a few dollars. The board may establish one or more stakeholder committees to represent the private sector, beneficiaries, civil societies, and local and regional government of the project or program, and each stakeholder committee shall be in the form approved by the MCC. The size, composition, and manner of selection of members of a stakeholder committee shall be agreed between the government and the MCC. This is not our project. This is not a free project. It looks like they're not even for we. We're clearly enough for we money. But what are we doing? Then the funds, assets, resources, and liabilities of the authority shall consist of any funds, assets, resources, and liabilities arising under any contract between the compact team prior to the authority and the accepted authority, the program assets, all monies or property that may be donated, contributed, or granted to the authority from whatever source. I mean, whatever source. Proceeds of crime source, funds too? Drugs money too? What source are you talking about? This is not saying committing to anything that may be provided. This is not saying that $250 million for sure will be provided. Where in here does it say that? It could be far less than that. But we're giving up full operational authority for monies that may come to us? No, man. That you know, ay boy. If you look, well, of course, you know, the exemptions, import taxes, export taxes of the MCC funding. So their money coming in will pay no taxes, no nothing. Goods, work, services introduced into Belize. Personal effects, vehicles, equipment, or other items imported into Belize by any personnel of this MCC, including employees and contractors, and any providers of goods, work, services to the program. Full-fledged, free to do what? So now you have an MCC that will say, we're going to give you this money supposedly, but you have to hire these people, these people, these people, these people, and you end up with a payroll of millions of dollars with consultancies and stakeholder committees, and all the money is spent right back with them with no commitment as to how it will be spent. And no indication of what was the original intent of this, because we do not have the CDF agreement. We don't know. MCC again. The authority shall provide access to its accounts, financial records, and facilities to the Inspector General, the United States Government Accountability Office, and authorize representatives of the MCC to conduct any audit, assessment, review. The authority shall engage in form and substance satisfactory to the MCC again, any individual firm with expertise in financial management and reporting to serve as a fiscal agent. How much will they pay these fiscal agents? Who will be these fiscal agents? What percentage of that money? What will be the obligation for believers who really want the Senate to believe that there are no strings attached to this money? Really? I don't think you can convince anybody of that, Mr. President. Mr. President, where there's any financial gain to the authority as a result of any intellectual property developed that was funded in whole or in part with MCC funding or the country contribution, the authority shall be liable for compensating the inventor of such intellectual property in respect to copyrights, trade secrets, or patents. So we hire and pay a person, and that person develops an intellectual property that we use. We have to then compensate that person. We have to now compensate that person. But with this, you know, if you look, the last section, and I want to sit down. Subject to the Belize Constitution, this Act and its provisions, including the provisions of the Compact and those of the Program Implementation Agreement incorporated by its reference, shall prevail over any existing or future law, rule or regulation that is inconsistent with or conflicts with a provision of this Act, including the provisions of the Compact and those of the programs. I thought we were Parliament. I thought we had the ability to make a law, and if we realize we fell short or we made a mistake and we want to tweak the law, we come back to Parliament, pass a law, and then that becomes the new law and negates the old one. This is saying, I don't care what future law you pass, you can't override this one. That is crazy. That is crazy. I have no evidence that there's a quid pro quo or a serious catch to this so-called donation. And I think the Prime Minister in his speech said that 20 million has already been spent. But spent on what? What? And what are we giving up for this 125 million? Or what have we given up for this 125 million US dollars? Because, I repeat, the giver is not known for giving anything with those strings attached. Then you want what police weekly have to mark U.S. Embassy on it. So they want just all of us to get up one day and give we 125 million US dollars. A shoe is to drop. And I hope the Belizean people are prepared for it when it does. That's my presentation, Mr. President.
I recognize Senator Elma Kay.
Thanks, Mr. President. I rise on behalf of the non-governmental organizations to make representation on the Millennium Challenge Account Belize Authority Bill. The Millennium Challenge Compact presents an excellent opportunity for our education and energy sectors. Therefore, Mr. President, I will limit my remarks to make some recommendations on behalf of the non-governmental organization community to strengthen the bill, particularly as it relates to transparency and inclusivity. My first intervention is in respect of the civil society representative on the board of the authority. Mr. President, the bill says that this representative is to be selected by the organizations named by the government through an open and transparent recruitment and selection process as approved by the MCC. Mr. President, perhaps we can get clarification from our government administration on what this means, because the concepts of open and transparent don't seem to go well when the process is already limited to a few who can throw their hat in the ring. Wouldn't we best be served by a nomination and selection process that is actually guided by a clear terms of reference on the experience and expertise needed by the civil society representative to fulfill the role on the board? Therefore, our recommendation is that we let merit and a proven track record be the deciding factor for the best civil society representative on the board of the authority. Mr. President, our second recommendation is that the representative from the academic and educational institutions serve as a voting member of the board, lest there is a specific reason that can be clarified here today as to why this representative is currently listed as non-voting. It would seem that our higher education institutions would have a lot to contribute to this board. And our third recommendation, Mr. President, relates to transparency in reporting. Will there be mandated publication of impact and audit reports for public access? Such reports would go a long way in ensuring that the Belizean public understand exactly how funds are being used and the impact that they are having on Belize's sustainable development. Finally, Mr. President, in the bill, there is no reference to how the advice, guidance, and recommendations to the authority on the implementation of the compact by the stakeholder committee mentioned in section 30B, how those recommendations, guidance, and advice will be weighed to identify next steps. Will the entire board weigh these or just the executive committee? Who will decide what recommendations, advice, and guidance to take from the stakeholder committee? We recommend that this process be clarified in the bill. Thank you, Mr. President, and we look forward to all the good that can come for our education and energy sectors from this bill and the Millennium Challenge Account Belize Authority today being created. We support the bill.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to support the bill. I think that the objectives of low-quality education and addressing the electricity situation in the country overall are good ones, and so I think what we're seeing here is a bill to operationalize this whole process. I have a few comments along the lines of what was mentioned earlier by Senators Perifit and Senator Kay. I also, well, before I get into that one, in terms of the composition of the board at Section 11, I see that it is chaired by the Financial Secretary, and him being a member of the board itself. My only concern would be is that from all my interactions with him over the past, he just seemed like someone who's extremely consumed by tremendous responsibilities. And so, and so I'm wondering if perhaps that is the best person, he's the best person, only from that perspective, that he just seems to have a lot on his plate. And so I mention that simply because I know that a lot of times, you really need someone in there who's pushing and to get things done. My other point, Mr. President, is in terms of 15.1, 2, and 3, and those talk about the selection of the representative representing the Belize Chamber of Commerce and Industry, as well as the representative representing the person representing the civil society organizations. For both of those, it says that these persons will be selected through an open and transparent recruitment and selection process as approved by the MCC. So we're subjecting ourselves to the democratic process, a process that is sanctioned and approved by the MCC. Not quarreling with that. So grant money, they want to have oversight, they want to approve the process, fine. But now we have a selection. And now in 3 it says that the MCC shall approve the final selection of the members. So we have a democratic process. If the process works, you have a selection. Why do we have to get an approval? What if they withhold that approval. So democracy has worked. We selected an individual. Sorry. It says in 3, the MCC shall approve the final selection of the members of the board representing civil society and private sector. In 3. So if the process has already selected an individual, why do they really need to approve the final selection of the members? It's a little different. And so in my view, Mr. President, it really seems like an overkill to me. It seems like micromanaging to a large extent. It seems like the control that is here is to the extreme. And like I said, in 15.3, what if they don't approve the selection? What happens then? I think that if they approve the process, that should be enough, because then it would have gone through a process that was approved by them. Another point, Mr. President, is under 42. It says that the entity is to be audited by an independent auditor, but it does not say how often, and perhaps that's covered in that same section under the guidelines mentioned. I don't know, because I didn't have access to those guidelines. But I think that if we're going into, if we're talking about auditing, that perhaps we want to make sure that that is done in a timely manner, and that it is done by the independent auditors. I think that that would be important for the transparency part of it. Like Senator Perfit, I would have also liked to see the overall agreement, the overall MCCA agreement, because it would have given us some context by which we could have read this bill in front of us. But we don't have it, and so we just had to take it in terms of just looking at this bill in isolation. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Mr. President.
I recognize Senator Alvin Bengushe.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to speak on the Millennium Challenge account, Belize Authority Bill 2024. And just a few points I wish to make on this one. And first of all, perhaps to just indicate that, like the previous senators, I wonder about the overkill insofar as oversight is concerned, and how worthy is it, how flexible it will be for both the energy sector and the educational sector to be able to do some things that perhaps we would like to see done in the country, but because it seems to be you're restricted, you might not have much room to maneuver. So that is one concern. On the aspect of the board, part 211, where it speaks to remuneration, I think we need to continue to note that aspect, whereby I would hope, and even though there will be oversight, I would hope that as we speak to the issue of remuneration, that it will involve those who in an authentic way should receive, because I can see there that on the board, especially the voting members, are, I think, if I'm right, and I look at it again, there are about 3 or so CEOs already who are already receiving a salary and should be restricted insofar as because they already are receiving a salary and perhaps some additional remuneration that they would not have to fit into this category. And then, Mr. President, I want to support what Dr. K has suggested insofar as the appointment of a person from the educational sector on the board, that person might well be a person who, because of the kind of work that will be done, perhaps this person should move to being a voting member instead of the category of non-voting. But I am pleased, however, in the section 30, where it speaks on the stakeholders, the stakeholder committee, where on the committee it also includes the educational sector. And I would hope that that would include advisory bodies such as GAMAS and BAPS, and that in inviting these groups to be a part of the stakeholders, that they will be able to contribute in a very meaningful way. And those are just some of the comments that I would like to make on this bill. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Christopher Koyi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess as par for the course today, I think it's important to give a little bit of a background leading to this Millennium Challenge Accountability Authority bill. The bill itself is to enact a law that brings into being the implementation agency for the proposed compact between the Millennium Challenge Corporation and the government of Belize. How did we get here? Back in 2021, December 2021, Belize was notified that it had become eligible under this, under this government, a year after this government was in office. A year after this government was in office, the US government and its Millennium Challenge Corporation recognized the stellar performance of this administration, contrasted with the, I don't know what adjective to use, of the performance of the past administration. But under this administration, the Millennium Challenge Corporation notified this government that it was eligible for substantial grant funding to support addressing the particular areas that are considered binding constraints on the economic growth of the country. These binding constraints, the Millennium Challenge Corporation conducted a constraints analysis that constraints analysis identified 5 root causes to the constraints on economic growth for Belize. These, of course, included access to finance for small business, the degradation of coastal and marine resources, climate change impacted, tax policy, licensing and permitting, constraining business, the high cost of electricity, and of course the low quality of education that was being provided for, I guess, the past decade and a half before. Without hesitation, this government made it known to the Millennium Challenge Corporation that of those 5, by far the most important concern for the government was the low quality of education being provided that was in fact impacting on the availability of trained professionals for the private sector and productivity on a whole. So it was the emphasis, the preference of the government, this government, that the entirety of any grant funding should come to support of the education sector. The Millennium Challenge Corporation took note of it, but indicated that it would have to be at least 2 constraints that we would address with this grant funding. And that's how we ended up picking the high cost of electricity, addressing the high cost of electricity as a second constraint that required attention. But it was through was made without any hesitation as well, that in spite of having 2 of these items being addressed, that the majority be invested in the education sector. And that is why we ended up with 80%, an agreement with MCC, that 80% of the funding from the MCC would go towards the education sector. After that process had been undertaken, the constraints analysis, concentrating on just 2 constraints on economic growth, we did enter into a compact development funding grant agreement for $10 million in March of 2023. And there's no hiding of that agreement, and that is a public document, in fact, publicly available, I think, on the website of the MCC. So I'm not sure what the senator is talking about, and has been circulated as well. So I'm not sure how you didn't get it, but it was circulated. But it also is on the website of the MCC as well. So this is not any document that is not available. It is in fact publicly available. But that, I think the senator is a little bit misunderstanding the bill itself, though, because that compact development funding agreement is not the compact agreement. That's the CDF agreement. It's not. There are 2 different agreements. So the CDF agreement is for only $10 million US, and that $10 million US is to fund the feasibility analysis, including the constraints analysis that was undertaken for the root cause constraints. Now, that funding also supports the MCC Belize Secretariat that's been in place for now the last few years. And that's where, as the Prime Minister has mentioned, funds have been disbursed in connection with that CDF agreement that is publicly available. There is a compact, and that's going to be the main document, the compact agreement. That's the main grant agreement. And that is the grant agreement that will specifically talk about the $250 million, the $125 million US. That specifically details how that is to be used. That hasn't been signed yet, and if you look at the bill, when it refers to the compact, it doesn't say an agreement that is signed. It is, in fact, to be entered into, and to be entered into, I believe, in early September. So there's not a final signed agreement that exists for the compact. But the prelude or preliminary to the signing of that is the establishment of this implementing agency, this implementing body called the MCA Belize Authority. It is this MCA Belize Authority which is the implementing agency for and on behalf of the government that will ensure that the $250 million is spent in accordance with the compact agreement and a design based on complete consultation and agreement between the Ministries of Education for the 80% and the Ministry of Energy for the next 20%. All this has been designed ahead of time in accordance with what they see, the ministries see as most important to addressing these constraints, the low quality education and the high cost of electricity. So when we look at the joint design document and ultimately the compact agreement, we have a better appreciation of exactly what will be the role or how these funds will be spent. Given the highlight of the low quality education as one of those constraints, education quality assurance is in fact the primary area of concern for the MCC and this MCA Belize Authority. There are other areas that will be where grant funding will be utilized, including for improvement of the IT vet system, as well as the establishment of a national training agency. So there are a host of specific areas of focus for the disbursement of the grant funding. In the case of the energy sector, two areas of focus are determined. One will be in connection with the transmission grid. How do we improve on that transmission grid? The funding is not sufficient for that investment, but it is for the development of a grid code for that transmission grid. A second component, which will be substantial, will be for the support of battery energy storage. A portion of that funding will serve as grant support for the procurement of battery energy storage for the energy sector. Now, getting to the bill itself. In the case of the comments regarding the civil society representative, as I mentioned in explaining the bill, the authority in itself is the implementing agency on behalf of the government. So the voting membership is a majority government, comprises majority government members, but it also includes input and voting membership of other organizations relevant to the sectors that are being addressed. The sectors being addressed are specifically and most importantly the education sector, but also the energy sector. So in the case of the education sector, that's why you see membership of the BNTU, the Belize National Teachers Union, a voting membership for the Belize National Teachers Union set out in section 11 of the board composition. But it also provides for the private sector in terms of on both sectors, the private sector playing a role in terms of understanding what kind of need, what kind of labor need is there for the private sector, and how the education sector project under the MCC compact will benefit and address that need. But so that's under the education sector. Then you have the energy sector looking at how do we address some of those energy needs and getting the input and insight from the private sector in connection with the energy sector. So that highlights why a position was selected there for membership of the private sector. Remember, this is a government body. This is not an all-parties organization. This is a government body. But it does account for the fact that we need that input and insight from these sectors. So the private sector is why, or that's why the private sector is represented. That's also why the BNTU is represented on this board. There is also a provision for a representative from civil society, both as a voting member and as a non-voting member. So there is membership for academic and educational organizations. You have especially the managing authorities, I think represented by GAMAS, playing an important role. That is recognized, the role that they will play, or they can and should play in the implementation of these projects. That said, given the importance or the preference for focusing in on education, it representing over 80% or roughly 80% of what the grant funding will be used for, even the representative from the civil society, that representative has to be a representative relevant to education. So what was actually contemplated as the bylaws of this authority are developed is that you have these specific educational organizations like GAMAS, and I can't remember the next one, BAPS, that they will have in effect two seats, one as a non-voting member and one as a voting member, so that there's a movement from one to the next, but essentially that they have two seats to focus in on the importance of education in these projects. With respect to the selections, I think Senator Herrera mentioned about section 15(1) through 3, and that is noted the role that the MCC itself plays in this body. The fact of the matter is, they're the ones that are putting up the money. They're the ones that are putting up the $250 million. And that, whether we like it or not, they have a role to play in how those funds are spent. That is why we have all this structure, the structure of a joint design document, the structure of a compact agreement, and now this authority that lays out how the funds will be spent so that it isn't misspent. We can recall examples when past administrations have had free rein over funds, even loan funds. Remember the Petrocari money, the tacos and the beer in Corozal? That's when you have free rein over these monies. You really need to have structure in how you access and you utilize resources. We also have, in terms of the audit and the reporting, I think, I'm not sure if Senator Herrera had highlighted the reference. I know Dr. Kay, Senator Kay also spoke about the transparency and having these accounts available. Well, certainly Section 41 speaks to the requirement of the audit, while Section 42 talks about the delivery of that audit to the minister and the responsibility of the minister to present it before the National Assembly. So I think that addresses that area of transparency, that area of accountability in an adequate way. This is something that mirrors what exists in other legislation. But overall, I just would like to put forward my support for this proposed legislation, this authority bill, It is, as I say, a prelude to what is to come. It is in preparation for the signing of this compact, but this compact will address directly some of those main areas of weakness, those constraints on economic growth that will benefit us for the long term and the very long term of Belize. Thank you.
The Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I just want to say for the record that all the documents referred to in the bill and all the documents referred to by Senator Cowie are publicly available documents. They're on the Millennium Challenge Corporation website, and I would encourage senators to, in their own time, to go and look there. For example, just to give a breakdown, and we have to understand, or I think we have to accept rather than understand, that we're talking about primarily a grant. And it's a grant, and clearly, with some reason, there may be concerns about the role of MCC's officials in the management of the funds, the distribution, the dissemination of the funds, etc. And even in the selection of the board. The long and short of it is that this is US taxpayers' money, primarily, and there are legal requirements in the United States that put in place checks and balances that must be imposed on a receiving country of the grants. So whilst we may have pushed back, while we may have expressed our concern and continue to express our concern about the role of the MCC and their representatives, the fact is that their hands are tied by law. Ultimately, why one has to, in the public interest, accept it is because you have to pay a price. As Senator Perfeet says, there is no free lunch. What the role of the MCC is designed to ensure is that there is value for money in the expenditure of the monies that are going to be donated and the government counterpart contribution. Senator Perfeet raised the question about whether this is free. It is not free. The government of Belize, as the bill requires the government of Belize to appropriate funds on an annual basis to meet the government counterpart. For the record, I will just share the anticipated budget of the compact is $165,650,000 US dollars. 125 is a grant under the compact, and 40,650,000 from the government of Belize. So it is not free, Senator Perfeet. A significant portion of it, 73,801,000, is for the education sector. Transforming teaching and learning in secondary education, 41 million. Access to and progression through secondary education, 16 million. Training and transitioning to work, 16 million. So, as Senator Cowie underlined, the focus there is lifting up skills and training for people, getting them ready to work and transitioning into work. And under the energy project, 21.7 million, facilitating new lower cost renewable generation. Now there is a significant cost in oversight, 1.8 million, and program administration and oversight, 27.69 million. So there is a cost to this. It's extremely expensive, but the government of Belize welcomes the partnership with the United States government through the Millennium Challenge Corporation, and we believe that this will redound to the benefit of Belize and Belizeans, and therefore we thank senators who have supported it, and we commend it to the Senate. Mr. President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to establish the Millennium Challenge Account Belize Authority with the objective to implement projects which are aimed at reducing poverty and promoting sustainable economic growth in Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to establish the Millennium Challenge Account Belize Authority with the objective to implement projects which are aimed at reducing poverty and promoting sustainable economic growth in Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Mr. President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to establish a body to be known as the National Security Council, to provide for functions, powers, organization, and management of the National Security Council, to establish the National Security Directorate, to provide for functions of the National Security Directorate, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. President and members, the bill seeks to formalize something that has existed in an informal way. The National Security Council has existed for decades, and I believe Senator Perfit and myself are two senators who have at different times served on the National Security Council. One of the challenges is the operationalizing of national security issues in the absence of a legislative framework. Who is in charge? Is it the Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of National Security, or the Prime Minister? Who is primarily responsible for intelligence gathering? The police, the Belize Defense Force, private agents? Who is responsible for coordinating, collating intelligence and ensuring that it reaches the right eyes and ears in the national security apparatus of the country? Who is responsible for monitoring threats? And threats, as you know, could be cyber threats, military threats, national security, internal threats, etc. The long and short of it, Mr. President, members of the Senate, the experience of this government in this term in office is that as the threats became different, more frequent, and more serious, it was necessary to put in place a legal framework to ensure that the National Security Council operates according to law. Secondly, that its functions are spelled out. Thirdly, that the National Security Directorate and the Director have a legal basis on which they can go to agencies, go to ministries, go to private individuals, and seek to collect information and, where necessary, to brief where is necessary. Without legislation, some ministries, some agencies feel, this is my turf. On what basis are you coming for this information? The person collecting the information, maybe an intelligence officer, is not at liberty to disclose why the information is being asked. Because some operation is being planned, some threat is being assessed, you can't disclose it. So what we have today is a bill that proposes a structure and a legal basis for the National Security Directorate to function with responsibility to the Prime Minister and oversight by the Cabinet where necessary. This bill, Mr. President and members of the Senate, has been subject to consultation in terms of framework from friendly countries, and it is a bill that we think is long past due and is essential for us to ensure the security and the national security of the nation.
Michael Perfit.
Thanks, Mr. President. Mr. President, I don't want to split hairs or make it seem like I just like to fight. But I understand the concept of what you're trying to achieve. But I think the way it is written, it could cause some issues, and then I have a problem with the whole concept of what will now be secret and classified based on the definition of national security. If you look at this bill, national security or security means the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Belize, its constitutional order, economy, food supply, energy supply, environment, foreign relations, and the individual and collective health safety of the Belizean people, right? So the National Security Directorate then will be the central authority to consider all of these things together. For us, Mr. President, while the system was not perfect, it was not broken. There was a National Security Council. The Prime Minister meets with the same people who are stated here to be members, Defense, Police, Foreign Affairs, AG, and the like, the same people. You discuss matters, the intelligence section of the police, which is special branch, they would gather their intelligence, and then we would act on that. At various times, there was even a national security advisor who would advise the Prime Minister. My concern, Mr. President, is that you could run the risk of some overlapping between the Director General and the various heads of the security forces, especially the police department that primarily does investigations. And it says here, the directorate shall be under the responsibility of the cabinet secretary. Man, gather information. The functions of the directorate are to serve as the principal advisor to the Prime Minister on external or internal security threats, risks, issues, intelligence, and matters related to national security. Now, if it had stayed as just as an advisor, with the different heads of departments being in charge of enforcement, police, commander of the BDF and the commandant, then that's fine. But this person now will identify and monitor and report on new and emerging internal and external security threats, risks, and issues to the Prime Minister or the Council. Inquire into any matter. Now, the first question, Mr. President, is that will they have the personnel for this? I know there's a provision in here where different people can be seconded to the directorate, but we're doing something that we are already doing. We're already doing this with no overlapping of responsibilities. So I just hope that it can be made clear as to where the lines of authorities. It says here that the directorate can liaise directly with personnel of any government department, non-governmental organization, or private sector entity on any matter pertaining to Belize's internal or external security. But then, I'm an inspector in special branch. I have sensitive information. I am told by my superiors that I cannot relieve that information. Under this new law now, that director can come and say, give me that information. You understand me? So then you leave a person in a position where they don't know who to believe. Do I respect my senior, or do I respect this other entity that has just come on the plate to decide who to give this information to? I think they will have walk-in papers to do whatever they want in any department, and that is something that sometimes can cause confusion and friction between the different departments. The Director General shall be appointed by the Prime Minister, or by the Governor General and the Vice of the Prime Minister. And then the Director General shall be subject to the directions of the Prime Minister. That is the part I don't like. Because then what it says here, when you look at the powers of the Director General, it says at section 12, the Prime Minister may from time to time give the Director General directions of a general or specific nature to be observed with relation to his powers. Now, when you look at the powers, for example, it says here that the Director General can even request for the interception of communications. More recently, that was reserved for the police department through the DPP. Now, that same Director General can... So it's not just an advisor position this person is taking on. This person is taking on operational duties. And I don't know if enough protocol will be worked out to make sure that there's no overlapping of those duties with the police department, primarily as it goes. This now is my issue with the bill. My biggest issue with the bill. Part 4. All matters considered by the Council or by the Directorate pertaining to their functions shall be treated as secret unless listed as classified. It is already very difficult to get information from this government. It is already impossible when you write the Prime Minister under the Freedom of Information Act for him to give you information that he is obliged to give you. Now, all he will need to say is that you see that question that you have there for me? It was considered by the National Security Council, and so I can't reveal that information. We could have a Senate Select Committee and you want to call the Prime Minister to testify to give information. He can say, oh, you know what? That agreement and that was considered by the National Security, and we cannot come and give you any information pertaining to that. I do not like the fact that now you can lump anything under that in the spirit of secrecy so as to not reveal what you don't want to reveal. And that's not healthy. We already have things in place that gives you exemptions for information when you request it under the Freedom of Information Act. But now all you have to say is that that was considered, and so therefore you can't reveal that. You, a police officer, a Coast Guard officer, a BDF officer, anybody who works for that, they will probably not even be able to operate under a Whistleblowers Act because you're sworn to secrecy and it's an offense. You can't say anything. You cannot reveal anything. It's like a shield to let the public not have any information as to what you're doing. I'm not talking about national security stuff. I mean that really, really sensitive stuff. But it seems like it would be a convenient cover from a government that already does not like to give information. And that is something that once this is passed, it is simply where that classified. And you cannot know, even if it's not really classified, just label it classified. And then, even though we know that by law, ministers are responsible for policy. Pretty much that's what cabinet does, that's the executive. You come up with a policy or you pass a law coming out of cabinet, what have you, and then a policy is set for people to follow. This is the first time from what I've seen that a law is being proposed whereby a politician will be given the authority to direct someone to take on operations when it comes to national security. It is understood that, for example, not the DPP, because that's a constitutionally protected office, but it is understood that it is improper for the Minister of Police or the Prime Minister to tell the police who to investigate, which matter to look into. That is for the police. Under this law, the Prime Minister can direct the director of that directorate to say, listen to me, I want you to look into this. And that I'm not aware of that exists any other place, and it is up to us to decide whether or not we're comfortable with something like that. That's my presentation, Mr. President.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, I'm not surprised, but I'm disappointed. But I shouldn't be disappointed. This is a serious piece of legislation. Senator Perfit took an oath of secrecy when he was a member of the National Security Council, right?
Yes.
Yes. No one could have gone to him and asked him to disclose what was disclosed to him in the National Security Council meeting. He was sworn to secrecy, and there's a reason for that. Stop and think about it. Can you imagine going to Washington, D.C., elect fly, going to the National Security Council, hail somebody and say, boy, come here. Give me the latest briefing we want to give the president this morning. Just give me, because I want this information. You think the National Security Council of the United States of America would disclose information to the public? When the National Security Council Director in the United States goes to Congress, it's a secret briefing. It is irresponsible to suggest that there is something wrong with maintaining secrecy, and I mean secrecy, with respect to National Security Council meetings. Senator Perafit, as I said at the very beginning, besides myself, is the only minister, former minister, who attended and knows the nature of the briefings that he gets. He knows the details, and he knows that they cannot be made public. And so, in defense and protection of the Belizean people and the national security of this country, I say to this Honorable Senate, secrecy is absolutely important. When we get briefings from other security agencies from friendly countries, which is passed to you in secret, identifying potential threats, which we don't have the intelligence capacity and capability to collect, and they pass it to you. How can we say to them that if Perafit wants it, we can give up? That's not the way the world turns. And Senator Perafit knows better. He honed in on the overlapping. And it is precisely because of the overlapping that the legal framework is required. The example he gave was that Special Branch does intelligence collection. Who has authority to go to the head of Special Branch and say, give me your intel on the crime situation in Southside Belize City? There is no law that tells you that anybody can go and say, this is relevant because Cabinet is discussing a potential state of emergency. There is no law. Nobody can say, I'm coming for it as of right. We have a National Security Director that has no law supporting his office. And so the purpose of this is where a threat is identified, where it is communicated, where it is potential. Someone has to have authority to say, I am going to Special Branch, I am going to the BDF, I am going to the Ministry of Agriculture, hurricane they come, we want to know how much food we have in the country, in order to advise the Prime Minister that there is a food shortage, there is threat of drug planes coming. The intel we have received is that there are increasing planes coming, etc., etc. So now we have a structure. Someone will be mandated by law to go and say, I need the information. And particularly and specifically to address the overlapping situation, you will see at clause 14, the Directorate shall, as necessary, conclude memoranda of understanding with any department for the sharing and management of confidential information required for the Directorate to fulfill its functions. So there will be protocols put in place, there will be memoranda put in place. This is to ensure confidentiality, secrecy, and the right to access information in a direct way. So, to go back to the example, the memorandum may say, whenever you need information from the head of Special Branch, inform the compol. So that there is knowledge that I'm going to your head to get the information. The same with the BDF. The purpose here is to bring structure and order to intelligence and national security of Belize. My last response, and you know, a couple of years ago, Senator Dennison wasn't here, Senator Kay wasn't here. I had explained to you all the A's on Senator Perafit's report card. for the law school. He says to this Honorable Senate that something is wrong, that the functions of the Directorate are to serve as a principal advisor to the Prime Minister, the Minister of External or Internal Threats, etc., and that the functions of the Director, in performing his functions, the Director shall be subject to the directions of the Prime Minister given in accordance with Section 12. And he said he doesn't know of anywhere else where a minister is authorized to give directions on national security, were your words. You were Minister of National Security. Let me read and educate you, because the Constitution is something that you don't understand. Section 41 of the Constitution. The Governor General, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, may by directions in writing assign to the Prime Minister or any other minister responsibility for any business of government, including the administration of any department of government. And this is what it says in 2. Where a minister has been charged with responsibility for any department of government, he shall exercise direction and control over that department. As Minister of National Security, you were given responsibility for the police department, and you should have been exercising direction and control in discharge of your constitutional responsibility. So do not come to this Senate. You want to say, look, calm down again? Be quiet.
Minister, up on your feet. Senator.
Be quiet. Be quiet. Any minister who is given responsibility for a department is to exercise direction and control according to the Constitution. And what is the purpose of this section? It's very simple. At all times, there must be civilian control of any security force. You cannot have rogue directors of national security. They must be subject to control of the Prime Minister of the country. When you have the military and the police and the National Security Directorate not under civilian control, then you have a rogue government. And so this is entirely consistent with best practices in national security. Mr. President, I commend the bill to this Honorable Senate.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to establish a body to be known as the National Security Council to provide for the functions, powers, organization, and management of the National Security Council, to establish the National Security Council Directorate, to provide for the functions of the National Security Directorate, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to establish a body to be known as the National Security Council to provide for the functions, powers, organization, and management of the National Security Council, to establish and to provide the National Security Council and for the functions of the National Security Directorate, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Mr. President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Insurance Act No. 30 of 2023 to provide for realignment of terminology and internal cross-references, and to amend the provisions for the disclosure of beneficiaries, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. President, members of the Senate, this is a cleaning up exercise, and also one of those bills that you remember earlier this year and last year we were passing a lot of legislation in keeping with our international obligations. This is one that should have been dealt with at that time. I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Insurance Act number 30 of 2023 to provide for realignment of terminology and internal cross-references and to amend the provisions for the disclosure of beneficial owners and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Insurance Act number 30 of 2023 to provide for realignment of terminology and internal cross-references and to amend the provisions for the disclosure of beneficial owners and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to make new and robust provisions for the prevention, protection of persons from sexual harassment, to provide for the right of redress for any person who has been sexually harassed, to repeal the Protection Against Sexual Harassment Act 107, Chapter 107 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, this bill, and I want to start by saying this, we are repealing a bill that provides protection for sexual harassment. This is modernizing and improving that legislation. The point is this: it is already the law of Belize that one should not sexually harass another person. It is already the law of Belize that there is protection for persons who believe that they are subject to sexual harassment. This bill seeks to streamline, modernize, and update the existing legislation. It is a critically important bill in a society like ours, indeed in any society, but a society where far too often, and it's mostly male, there is sexual harassment. This bill, we are hoping, Madam President and members of the Senate, will function more effectively than the current legislation, and that it will avail protection to people and redress, most importantly. In order to do that, the provisions are comprehensive. The provisions are designed based on advice and consultation, and I know that there are concerns about disclosure, there are concerns about what will be made public, how it will be made public, etc. But what the bill is attempting to do is to provide a regime that reduces, that will end with a reduction in the amount of sexual harassment in our society.
I recognize Senator Michael Perfy.
I'll be quick as usual, Bishop. Thank you, Madam President. No, Madam President, it's a good concept of a bill. It's a good bill. And there has to be a structure. It is excellent that you now have, or it's been fine-tuned even more, a process by which you can report sexual predators, and there is a process now where businesses are required to put out that policy for the public to let it know that sexual harassment is an offense and that it will be punished because it cannot be tolerated. Madam President, I think the opportunity could have been used. I notice it's there for the workplace, and I think in general, for the general offense in public, that the time for reporting it is 18 months. Madam President, I think that's kind of long. And I'll just say this, I mean, we're not talking Bill Cosby 20 years, but I think if somebody is sexually assaulted or is offended in any way, they should report it immediately. Because what you don't want to also encourage is for people to try and weaponize this piece of legislation. It's a good piece of legislation, but it can be weaponized. Because there's usually, like in most sexual offenses or sexual issues, there is usually not a third witness. And so when you come and you say such and such person sexually harassed you a year and a half ago, I mean, you could struggle to remember what did I see? I don't remember that. Anybody, if it's in the workplace, then maybe somebody is no longer working there. I would like to see, Madam President, even though the law says within 18 months, that the campaign should be to encourage people to report it immediately. If it happens, you report it immediately so that the place where you work can deal with it, and then the police can deal with it when it's an offense outside of the workplace. So it's just that even though the law says within 18 months, I would want the government to go on a PR campaign to encourage people to not wait 18 months. If you've been harassed, do it right away so that everything is fresh in people's mind, and let it be known that people in that PR campaign, that you will be subject to some malicious prosecution if it's not true, because while people do get sexually harassed, once you are hit with that stigma and accused with that, whether true or not, that is with you for life. And so it's also a serious thing to accuse somebody of it. And I think it must also be made aware that there should be penalties for making false accusations and the like. But, Madam President, you cannot object to a bill like this. Anything that addresses the people in our society who are victims of this type of monster behavior, I think it's high time indeed that we bring extra attention to make sure that people who are perpetrators of this don't get away with it. But having said that, Madam President, and not to make too light of such a serious topic, I think that while it is a very, very serious piece of legislation, I think that in that campaign we should also let people know that it is not a bill that you should be afraid of. I mean, we live in a society that's very friendly, Madam President. We live in our courting society. And Madam President, we have to make sure that we make it clear to our people that there's a difference between maybe a rejection or a statement that, no, I'm not interested, stop harassing me. Because, Madam President, very few people are talented enough to get the person they want on the first quote, So sometimes, I mean, I'm not talking about the Pepe Le Pew behavior where you harass people, but, sometimes we want our precious ladies to know that, if you're beautiful, men will make advances, people will make advances. Not everything is sexual harassment. I mean, I think when it occurs, you know clearly. I mean, there are specific examples given in here that in exchange for rent, you expect sexual favors. In exchange for keeping your job or promotion, that's clearly an offense. But generally speaking, we also want the men to feel that, if you see somebody you like, you can express an interest. That's not sexual harassment. Even if you have to ask 10, 15 times. Madam President, I had to show my girlfriend this piece of legislation. No, she should be in jail. You harassed me for a year before I say yes. That wasn't sexual harassment. That's just an expression of interest over and over and over and over again. So we want to make sure, because I think the legislation covers that when it's trivial and baseless, it can be dismissed. And I think that's a good thing, but the legislation is necessary to send the message that taking advantage of people like that will not be tolerated. That's my presentation, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Moses Alvin Bengesha.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I want to make my contribution insofar as this bill is concerned, and I'm very sorry that I have to, in making a presentation, I have to almost begin with a complaint. And it is a complaint that we from the church have made before. But perhaps I should reiterate it. And the complaint we have made in the past is about consultation and communication. And as we have studied the bill as the church, first of all, let me say, and I want to put it on record, like Senator Perrofeet, the church would never attempt to want to disagree with a bill of this nature. And so I want to say from the outset that we support the bill. There is a however, and the however comes out of what I had said previously, that for a bill of this nature, for the church that would in a way be affected, and I want the nation to hear me, because the church, especially where we have educational institutions, would be affected or need to pay attention to a bill of this nature. And where that is so, I think it would have been important where other bodies were consulted and were a part of the consultation process in coming up with the final bill, that the church could have been and should have been included in the consultation process, so that we too would have been able to make our contribution. But however, I must say that over the last week, we have had to be, and church leaders have had to be back and forth, trying to make sure that we get in our 2 cents insofar as the bill is concerned. It should not have been, Madam President. We would have liked, as I said, and I want to continue to emphasize, we would have liked that kind of consultation that was afforded to others to have been afforded to the church. We make no big qualms because it was important for us to do the right thing by going to the relevant persons and bodies and seeking to have an input. We still feel that there are some things that we would have liked to see in the bill itself. I hope I can be guided by the lead senator in the Senate that, especially when it comes to certain sections, as was discussed over the week, that I did not, and I must admit, because I had to be preparing for other things, that the changes he had sent to me, I would not have been able to read through it as I would have liked to have. And that is primarily so because, as I said, the process was such that for the entire week, one had to be paying attention to other things. However, we appreciate that those adjustments were made. Whether the adjustments are enough to be able to say, especially as a body that also employs persons that, in a sense, can take us to court, we would have liked, as I said, to have looked at this a little bit closer. Now, I continue to reiterate because I know that, or I would not want it to be said, that for a bill of this nature, that the church did not give it its full endorsement. And so I want to continue to emphasize that. However, as I said, we would have liked some more input on it. Lead Senator, I will await your word as you speak to some part of it so that I can listen carefully to those areas that have been amended. Some of those vital areas we thought should have been amended. Thank you very much.
I recognize Senator Mark O'Brien.
Madam President, the conversation about prevention and protection against sexual harassment is long, long overdue. I'm pretty sure we have heard many stories of the past where people in authority, take advantage of those who are under their authority, especially that of the females. In an effort to prevent and protect especially our women and children, but again, not limited to women and children, it is difficult not to support an anti-sexual harassment bill. Sexual harassment is a very, very sensitive topic. And we must bring light to it. In the bill, it focuses primarily on place of employment and institution to basically have their environment free from sexual harassment. However, Madam Speaker, we know that this, like I say, is a very, very sensitive topic which requires trust, right? Trust also requires confidentiality. It is not easy as we say. I mean, people don't want to come forward when they don't feel like that trust or confidentiality is there. And every situation, Madam President, is different, which requires some form of expertise in dealing with these situations. The workforce and institution, Madam President, are quite large. I mean, we're a small country, but our workforce and institutions, when you look at it, is very large. What kind of professional aid will be provided to these institutions and workforce to ensure that they're able to successfully carry out the duties as per the bill? Where will the manpower come to monitor, to ensure that the workforce and these institutions actually adhere to the bill? Madam Speaker, thank you very much, and that's my contribution. Madam President, sorry.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Madam President, I rise to support this bill. I strongly support this bill, actually, Madam President. I think that yes, Madam President, I strongly support this bill. I think that I know that there's a Protection Against Sexual Harassment Act that is in place. And I think that this bill further strengthens the protections against sexual harassment, Madam President. But The point is that sexual harassment in any form is wrong. It has a tremendous impact on individuals who have been victimized because of it. We need to protect persons who are working in organizations, institutions, or anywhere else, Madam President, from any type of hostile or offensive behavior. We need to protect them against intimidating environments, especially when these individuals are going out there every day to earn a living, take care of their families. Some people come from tough backgrounds in terms of their living environment. Just to go to another place of work and face another type of difficulty. And so I think we have a tremendous responsibility, Madam President, to try to make sure that we address this in a comprehensive way. And I think that the bill does a pretty good job in that. I like the fact that it provides a clear guideline for companies and organizations in terms of what steps they can take, what is required of them to ensure that they are compliant in this process, that they are living up to the expectations of the bill. And I'd like to go over a few of those, Madam President, but the first and the most obvious one is that there needs to be developed a policy, a comprehensive policy with respect to the company's stand against sexual harassment. And that policy and that position has to be communicated throughout the organization. There has to be an intolerance to this type of thing. And so when it is identified, companies and organizations have a responsibility to act and ensure that they address that situation immediately. And again, that is an extremely good thing, because for far too long, I think that persons have suffered the indignities of harassment in many forms in this country. And it's why we're not only talking about workplace situations or other similar type of environment, Madam President, but how many times have we walked on the street or driving on the street and you see people harassing females who are merely going about their business, going to school, going to work, and that type of thing. And I think that's another dimension. I don't see that being addressed in the bill, in this current bill, but I think that's a major problem in this environment as well. So we have the obligations of the company in terms of developing the policy, in terms of communicating that policy to the employees, in terms of addressing any type of complaints that may come up. And there are a number of other steps that are required, Madam President, in terms of taking corrective actions, promptly reporting serious offenses, and follow the provisions of the bill. I mean, I think and it says this in I think part 16 of the bill, and this is, I need to mention this so that employers understand that the bill does not automatically put them in terms, it does not put them in a situation where they may face liability immediately, because as long as they follow what they're supposed to do, they can avoid liability because of it. And I'll run over section 16 if I may read it, Madam President. An employer is liable for an act of sexual harassment committed by the employer's agent, supervisor, and employee only if it is proven that the act of sexual harassment occurred during the course of employment. The employer knew or was informed of the commission of the act of sexual harassment, and on becoming aware or informed of the act of sexual harassment, failed to take immediate and appropriate steps to prevent the continuation of the conduct. And so once you follow, I think the bill is very clear, Madam President, that once you follow the process and you do what you're supposed to do, and you make sure that you're protecting the person who is complaining or who may be subjected to sexual harassment, I think you avoid any type of penalties and liability. One thing I'm not seeing in the bill, Madam President, is I was hoping, and perhaps I'm missing something in this, but I was hoping that when persons are found to be sexually harassing anybody in these companies, that they could be immediately terminated. I didn't see the bill go that far. I see where it takes efforts to protect the victim. But so in many cases, Madam President, in organizations and companies, when persons are terminated, even if it's their fault, a lot of times they go to the Labor Department and they take you through a whole process that you have to go through. And so I think it would probably have helped if a person, after proper investigations have taken place, that it gives the employer the guidance to terminate those individuals or to separate from those individuals who are perpetuating that type of thing. And the reason you want to do this, Madam President, is one, you don't want to have the person who's subjected to that harassment be facing the same individual in that environment, especially if it was something that had a tremendous impact on the victim. The next thing you don't want to do is you don't want to put that company in that situation where they may actually become a victim of this, because something happens and someone goes to court and you're sued, puts you in a potential liability situation, Madam President. And so I believe that if someone is doing this thing within the workplace, that perhaps you should try to part ways with them as early as possible. I think one of the things that have always stuck with me, Madam President, is something that a former president of the United States said one time. He said, and I think this was JFK, he said that we can't protect the strong if we can't protect the weak. Now, I'm not saying anybody in here is weak, but I'm thinking that there are certain things that happen to certain individuals, and I think that we all have a responsibility to make sure that we do all we can to protect them in any way we can, Madam President. And so I fully support this bill. I think that hopefully it has a positive impact. Hopefully it adds to the professionalism within the work environment. Hopefully it adds to productivity within the work environment, because I think that if someone is being harassed in any way, that their productivity will likely fall because of that. And so I think that there are many positive aspects to this bill. I know that the bill covers any type of situations where people may file false complaints, and so I'm glad that that aspect of it has always, because I think that mischief could also be done because of it. But generally, Madam President, I think that this is certainly a bill in the right direction, going in the right direction, and I think that we have to continue to look at ways to protect our citizens and make sure that they live in dignity. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Glenfield Dennison.
Grateful, Madam President. Members of this Honorable House, Madam President, I rise to echo support for the policy behind the anti-sexual harassment bill. I wish only to highlight some issues that could possibly be raised to strengthen this bill. Just on a point that I think needs to be brought a little bit more clearer to the fore. Our international obligations for non-discrimination lend themselves to ensure that we don't have separate standards for a class of citizens. And so I want to, at this point, drive it home that men are equally susceptible to sexual harassment in and out of the workplace, given the appropriate circumstances. So I wish to appreciate that women bear the brunt of sexual harassment in the workplace as it currently stands, but I don't want it to be lost upon us that there are many instances of our young men being subjected to unwanted sexual harassment. That said, Madam President, I wish only to highlight, and again I chalk it up to the overworked, the limited capacity of the drafters in the AG's ministry, that there are several errors of syntax that we need to address. From a policy standpoint, I only wish to raise a few issues. My reading of this bill, Madam President, is that it offers no dispute resolution mechanisms external to the workplace other than the court. And our feeling is that mechanisms like those could help to assist workplace who would be overburdened by, I'm speaking especially in reference to smaller workplaces who do not have or would not have the capacity to implement this bill in a way that would ensure that our citizenry by and large can benefit from this bill, so that there are some external mechanisms that could obtain to assist people like those to be able to implement this piece of legislation, because it is a wonderful piece of policy that we're trying to legislate. The second point I wish to raise, Madam President, is that there seems to be no or limited protection against the victimization or retaliation against whistleblowers in this bill. Sexual harassment is a very personal matter, Madam President, and it tends to be swept under the rug and hidden in the shadows. And so in the criminal law, there's a thing where you can make a recent complaint to someone that you have confidence in, and that can be used as evidence that can be used to be given when your issue is being adjudicated. And we say that those people who would be the friends or colleagues or confidants of those who would be sexually harassed should be given some level of protection, so that when they go in and they raise these issues in the workplace, that they are also protected. And the next issue, Madam President, is that my reading of the bill again is that there are no or very limited social, medical, and psychological support measures that would obtain from this bill. And I say, we as the union say, that we should look at those because of the nature of this sexual harassment. It tends to be able to have, my senator friend Herrera highlighted the issue of productivity in the workplace. Madam President, where someone is being sexually harassed, the nature of their response to that harassment has not been documented properly in our society, and that may be that that person lacks the productivity and may be, for reasons unknown to the employer, seen as unproductive and lazy. So we don't want a situation where the mental health of people who are sexually harassed is not looked at to protect them, because, Madam President, that is an aspect of sexual harassment that we are not fully aware of and understand. So I think the bill should have some pause for reflection in that regard. One of the next point I raise, and I say this generally, I'm very cautious how I say this, Madam President, is that I think we're too light on those who are sexually harassing people. I think this legislation may be, and I hope it isn't, may be used as a shield from the predators who are preying on the vulnerable in the workplace. There are requirements for reporting and for them to go through conciliation and mediation, and we say, Madam President, that we really need to weed those people out of the workplace and get them out. So whether we criminalize certain acts of sexual harassment, or we permit for their termination, or a registry of sexual harassers to be created so that employers in the future can see and understand what they're getting into when they hire someone. So, Madam President, I wish to be very clear. The National Trade Union Congress of Belize acknowledges that this piece of legislation is very limited in scope to sexual harassment in the workplace. And so there's a lot more we could say about the need to have this type of legislation brought up. I align myself with the comments of Senator Herrera as it relates to harassment publicly. But for what the piece of legislation is, Madam President, the Trade Union Congress, subject to requesting that the review be done for the syntax errors, that the Trade Union Congress would fully support the policy behind this bill.
I recognize Senator Dr. Elmake.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise on behalf of the non-governmental organizations to make representation on the anti-sexual harassment bill. And I really, really want to thank everyone that has gone before me, especially our social partner senators, the business community, the unions, the churches that have really recognized the importance and support this bill. Madam President, as non-governmental organizations, we will always support legislation that in any way advances the human rights of Belizean citizens, particularly anti-discrimination in our society. So we are very happy to see this being brought forward today, and not just one bill, but two bills today of this nature. And we do have a request of everyone present here today and of our Belizean public. And that request is for all of us to be circumspect on the context, the human rights context, for this anti-sexual harassment bill, the disabilities bill that will be presented later, and the potential to further strengthen the protection against all discrimination faced by Belizeans, particularly those vulnerable groups. And I hear Senator Dennison on not having different standards, but certainly those vulnerable groups today include women and girls who are unfortunately the disproportionate victims of gender-based violence in our society. And that is not just sexual harassment, it goes way beyond that. And for some of that context, that has brought us here to talk about some of these anti-discrimination bills, Belize is a signatory to more than 9 conventions and several other agreements and treaties relating to human rights and anti-discrimination. And just to read some of those, we have Convention for the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. We've signed on to that. The International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. The International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. The Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women. The Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhuman, or Degrading Treatment or Punishment. The Convention on the Rights of a Child. The International Convention for the Protection of All Migrant Workers and Members of their Families. The International Convention for the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearance. The Convention of the Right for Persons with Disabilities. All of these conventions we have signed on to. Yet each time that we are assessed as a nation, we are falling short on our commitment to these conventions. So while today we're bringing these bills forth, and especially the anti-sexual harassment bill clarifies existing legislation, Madam President, this bill does not cover any other form of direct or indirect discrimination, especially that our women and girls and other Belizeans may experience in employment, education, renting, health services, and other contexts that are covered by a much more comprehensive draft equal opportunities bill that our government has shied away from, and other people as well. This bill, Madam President, that I'm referring to, this bill today, does not cover a right to variation of working arrangements for employees affected by domestic violence. And that's an issue that for me, as a Belizean woman, as a mother, as a sister, as a daughter, as a colleague, as a friend, it cuts deeply because I can barely stand the next femicide being covered in the daily news. This is like something that is routine within our society. So it is really good, Madam President, to see the government taking steps to address discrimination topics. But once more, we ask that you join the NGO community and our partners in the Belize We're Ready campaign through the enactment of the Equal Opportunities Bill that reflects comprehensive anti-discrimination laws that protect all Belizeans. The bill before us today, Madam President, provides a complaints and remedy process that is likely to deter complaints in practice. I heard Senator Perry-Feet on the length of time for the complaints, but as some of the other fellow senators have stressed, this is a very sensitive topic, and for victims of sexual harassment, it isn't always just a matter of, I'm ready to report. So for complaints related to employment or an institution, the onus is on the employer and or the institution to put an internal complaint system in place. But such internal complaint systems may be intimidating for complainants, and they may lack independence. Furthermore, as I believe Senator Herrera stressed, a complainant's only option, or maybe it was Senator Dennison, is the internal process. And if that is not independent, then the only other option is to take it to court. But that is going to have significant risks, because if you lose the case, then you're exposed to adverse costs, fines, imprisonment, and so that may deter the complainant. If complaints are against an institution, there's also an inequality of arms there, since employers and institutions are typically going to have much greater resources to pay legal teams to defend them. In comparison, something like the draft Equal Opportunities Bill creates a free, independent, and accessible complaint structure through an Equal Opportunities Commission and an Equal Opportunities Tribunal at minimal cost. We know that there are many among us here today, and among our current government, who support such comprehensive legislation. So today, Madam President, even as we all support and strongly support the anti-sexual harassment bill before us, we challenge our government and our people to go beyond the individual bills presented today, to go for comprehensive legislation that protects us all against all forms of discrimination, Let not fear, prejudice, lack of information, or misinformation decide your position. We, the NGO community, invite you all to a dialogue on the Equal Opportunities Bill because Belize, we're ready.
I recognize Senator Colette Montejo.
Madam President, I rise in full support of this bill, but I'd like to make a special request here. As I read through the bill, and I did so in the wee hours of the morning this morning, one thing stood out in my mind is, and it's fairly consistent throughout the bill, Section 6, not exceeding $5,000 or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 1 year or to both. And I can go on and on. Section 7, again, Section 17(7), not exceeding 1 year or both. Section 23, 1 year or to both. Section 28(2), 1 year or to both. 29(3), 1 year to both. 25(5), 1 year to both. But when I got to Section 26, Madam, for those who knowingly make false sexual claim, in other words, they lie, right? They lie upon somebody and tear up their reputation, scandal them. It says a person who contravenes subsection 2 commits an offense and is liable to summary conviction to a fine not exceeding $15,000 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 1 year. But that one name miss out or both. All right? And I honestly think, no, I don't disagree with the bill. I agree with the bill, but I just like to see the words or both added there too, so that it gives the magistrate the discretion for jail some of them people when they try to tear up your name, man. In vain. Right? Because in all the other section, it gives the magistrate the discretion to jail them, to charge them, and jail them. So that would be my contribution, but I do support this bill, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Isabel Bennett.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to support the Anti-Sexual Harassment Bill 2024, and I do agree with Senator Colette. That was one of my observations as well. He emphasized it better than me. But I would also like to emphasize a bit more of what Senator Kay had mentioned too, because as a nurse, having to care for persons that are exposed to rape and any other type of sexual harassment from a mental perspective, it does take time for that individual to be able to compose themselves. So when we look at 18 months, if I'm harassed today, the other nature of it is that the harasser may not come at me every day. It might be over a period of time, and I myself may not fully understand what is happening, and so I'm traumatized, and that trauma can push me in a deep place of depression, in a deep place of uncertainty, and I probably would not know necessarily where to go or how to navigate. So Senator Perfit, at times when that happens, it's important that that victim get the support that they need so that they can galvanize all the strengths that they have in them to make that official report, no? So on that point, I think the time frame is fair enough for certain instances or certain incidences of of harassment. But as I look deeper, and I would like to really echo Senator Dennison's emphasis on the fact that this bill protects our young boys. Yes, the cases are more for females, but our male child needs to know, the parents need to know that this bill protects our boy children as well. And that he also emphasized the fact that you can also be your co-worker's keeper. Whilst I may not have the strength and I may not have the courage to go and make the report, even though there's a law, remember there is fear. There is trauma that is being experienced by that victim. And so if you see that this is happening in your workplace, you have the best thing you can do for yourself and your coworker is to be able to be your coworker's keeper and report the incident as well. A closer look at the bill for me, even though we speak that it's a lot for the workplaces, there are associations that are not necessarily work-related from the mere fact that you're a volunteer in some associations. And sexual harassment do happens in these places. And sometimes when I think about the organizations where you are a part of, Mercy the Church, sporting clubs where our young boys go or young girls go, even to these Pathfinders Club or these Scouts Club, the persons in charge of these entities really need to sit down and understand how they can break this bill down to the level that the child can understand what is unwanted sexual harassment. The bill also emphasized for me that contract workers are protected. It also emphasized that I like the fact that it helps the employers to be in a better footing in how they can protect their employees, because when they protect their employees, they protect the GDP of the country. They protect the sanity of their employee. And you also create a nurturing environment when you as an employer can stand and say, I will not tolerate any sexual harassment in my workplace. So it's very valuable. It's another document for you to read as an employer, but it's one that will empower you to be able to protect your employees. And not just your employees, by extension, your customers are protected too, because one or two of your employees can actually be harassing your customers. So institution falls under this law as well, and I would like to emphasize here, though, the educational institutions. The educational institutions, because oftentimes there are teachers, and you know there are teachers that will exert certain powers, we always see where, well, we would think that it's mostly from first world countries. On the news, you would see that a teacher becomes pregnant for a younger student, for a young student in her class. And we will say, oh, that's over there, but that's not necessarily so in Belize. There are cases where counselors or teachers have gotten pregnant for young males in our society. And we have not paid much attention or any attention to that for that matter. Research needs to be done in this aspect. We always focus on the women and girls because, of course, they are the incidences that are more highly reported. Again, the machismo-ness when a male is harassed or a male is harmed, oftentimes they don't necessarily come forward because, again, there's an image to protect. But this bill covers both sexes in society, and I appreciate the fact that the student in any educational institution can be empowered by this bill. The last point I would like to make regarding the bill is on page section 29, really. The publication of court proceedings. If you are a victim, please know that under this section of the law, if you make a report, and you go through a case, etc., and the whole 9 yards happen, and your incident is logged in the court, a report of any proceedings of the court under this act, unless that person has been first granted leave of the court, your report would not be published. At least that's my understanding of this section of the bill. So please don't feel or think that you will be re-victimized because your incident or your trauma is now made public, per se. What is important, too, for me in this bill is that every employer and every person in charge of an institution shall, in respect to each calendar year, cause to be prepared a report on, 1, the incidents of sexual harassment at his workplace or institution, as the case may be, and B, the implementation of this act, and shall forward a copy of the report to the administrator before the 31st of every year. What does this do for us? When we have reports, we can definitely see how active this law is being implemented and how effective it is. And not just that, as a country, we can use the report to be able to gather the data that is needed to make more informed policies and, of course, improve on this bill in some years to come. I thank you, Madam President.
Madam President, I want to start by thanking all senators who have spoken and who have supported the draft legislation. Madam President, it is commendable that on an important matter like this, there can be a common position across the aisle and with the social partners on this important question. A number of points have been raised for consideration. Senator Benguche started by complaining that there was insufficient consultation with the churches and that they wish to be consulted some more. I understand that the government is prepared to consider some changes, and therefore what I would give is our undertaking to have the bill passed in its present form, but not to bring it into force until the consultation have taken place. And so, I want to be clear, any senator or any member of the public who has any proposals for changes, kindly provide them to the Clerk of the National Assembly before the 1st of August 2024. The bill will be passed. If there are any amendments, they will be considered by the Cabinet, and then further bill will be brought with amendments after consultation. So I ask that the question be put, and it's subject to the undertaking that we have given.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to make new and robust provisions for the prevention and protection of persons from sexual harassment, to provide for a right of redress for any person who has been sexually harassed, to repeal the Protection Against Sexual Harassment Act 107, Chapter 107 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Bill for an act to make new and robust provisions for the prevention and protection of persons from sexual harassment, to provide for a right of redress for any person who has been sexually harassed, to repeal the Protection Against Sexual Harassment Act, Chapter 107 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Madam President, I move that the Senate suspend for a short moment for us to consider the next bill.
The Senate is hereby suspended for a short moment.
the second reading of a bill for an act to promote, protect, and ensure the full and equal enjoyment of privileges, interests, rights, benefits, and treatment by persons with disabilities on an equal basis with persons without disabilities, to establish the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities, to establish the Disabilities and Equal Opportunities Rights Tribunals, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, this bill is again a bill that represents a recognition by our society that over time, and as we mature as a democracy and as a nation, that we are called upon as a collective, as a community, as a people, to be more tolerant, to be more inclusive, to be more respectful of the differences and diversity within our society, and to provide a legal framework which guarantees the protections that are needed and to ensure that there is no discrimination, or at least we try to reduce the chances for discrimination. And where there is discrimination, to provide a framework, a legal framework that is clear for redress. This bill, Madam President, says at Clause 45 that the principles set out in the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities shall be the guiding principles in the making of any decision affecting any person with disabilities. And so it's important, Madam President, in my view, for us to take a brief look at the convention. If I can find it. The convention, Madam President, which Belize is a signatory, says that the states parties to the present convention, recalling the principles proclaimed in the Charter of the United Nations, which recognize the inherent dignity and worth and the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family as a foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. It continues by recognizing the valued existing and potential contributions made by persons with disabilities to the overall well-being and diversity of their communities, and that the promotion of the full enjoyment by persons with disabilities of their human rights and fundamental freedoms and of full participation by persons with disabilities will result in their enhanced sense of belonging and in significant advances in the human, social, and economic development of society and the eradication of poverty. The preamble continues. It says, recognizing the importance of accessibility to the physical, social, economic, and cultural environment, to health and education, and to information and communication, in enabling persons with disabilities to fully enjoy all human rights and fundamental freedoms. We are convinced that the family is a natural and fundamental group, unit of society, and is entitled to protection by society and the state, and that persons with disabilities and their family members should receive the necessary protection and assistance to enable families to contribute towards a full and equal enjoyment of the rights of persons with disabilities. The purpose of this convention, as stated in Article 1, Madam President, is to promote, protect, and ensure the full and equal enjoyment of all human rights and fundamental freedoms by persons with disabilities, and to promote respect for their inherent dignity. Persons with disabilities include those who have long-term physical, mental, intellectual, or sensory impairments, which in interaction with various barriers may hinder their full and effective participation in society on an equal basis with others. Madam President, it is from that lofty position, and it's within that context and framework, that I believe that the Senate should come to a mature deliberation on the provisions of this bill. because we on the government side certainly believe that the time is now for us to provide a legislative framework that is designed to eliminate, as far as is possible, discrimination against persons with disabilities. Madam President, the legislation establishes a commission with very onerous, very wide, very important functions. Those functions are to design policies, to monitor what is happening in our society and internationally, to advise the government and the minister, and to perform such other functions as are required as we seek to reduce and to eliminate the disability of the discrimination against persons with disabilities. At the center of the legislation is Part 4, the protection. And it is protection for discrimination, protection if there's exploitation, violence, and abuse. And the bill sets out a regime that starts with a commission, goes into alternative dispute resolution, and finally to a tribunal, and I say to court if necessary, to provide redress where there is discrimination for persons with disabilities. Now, I know that there is concern about the name of the tribunal and the Disabilities and Equal Opportunities Rights Tribunal. We say with absolute certainty there is no intention, express or implied, to bring the Equal Opportunities Act into this legislation. Any member of society who believes that there is some hidden agenda in bringing the Equal Opportunities Bill into force through this legislation is mistaken. As alluded to by Senator Kay a short while ago, but I speak for myself, I hope that the day will come soon when we will bring the Equal Opportunities Protection Bill for debate. Bringing it in its true form without any hidden agenda, and saying that as we develop as a society, we need to protect all persons in Belize, all Belizeans, regardless of their disability, regardless of their sex, their gender, sexual orientation, their religion. We'll come to that on another day. I wish, as leader of government business, to give an assurance that there is no attempt through this tribunal to bring any provision of that bill into force through the back door. Finally, Madam President, members of the Senate, there are a number of amendments that have been circulated. Those have come out of some consultation with primarily the church. I just got off the phone with the Attorney General, and he has indicated that we should adopt a similar position. Hopefully we get the support for the bill, and we give an undertaking if there are any further amendments. I will move these amendments in committee, Madam President. If there are any further amendments, any further proposals, they should be presented to the Clerk of the National Assembly before the 1st of August. There is an express provision in this bill that says that the bill will not come into force until a date is set. And so it will not be set until those amendments are considered and Cabinet has decided whether they will accept any of them. So I commend the bill to the Senate. It is a serious advance in the social policy and recognition of the human rights of our people, and it ought to enjoy the support of the Senate. Thank you, Madam President.
I want to recognize Senator Michael Perthfeet.
Thank you, Madam President. With that said, Madam President, we are in total support of that proposal by the leader of government business. The concept of passing legislation to protect those that are less able is certainly a novel one. Who can argue with that? If we are to take steps to protect those who are more vulnerable, then that is to be supported, Madam President, and we welcome the government's olive branch to leave it open for possible amendments by August 1st. And it is very much so an ambitious piece of legislation, and maybe the Minister for State for Finance ran out of the room on purpose because they, Madam President, I hope they have a plan to pay for it. The things that I see in here, Madam President, are very, very ambitious, to say the least. And not only ambitious, but within the time frame, where I think in Section 34 it is, that speaks to making sure that all public spaces, public offices will be equipped to deal with people with disabilities within 12 months. You're talking about making sure that students who have a disability are placed in rooms with fewer students, separate. I mean, it will require an infrastructure investment. It will require investment in teachers trained specifically to deal with persons with disabilities. So, Madam President, it is a novel piece of legislation, and it's a good piece of legislation, but it's ambitious, and I hope that the government realize, because this is a piece of legislation we wouldn't want the government to fail on. We would want them to achieve it and to accomplish it, but just hopefully reminding them that from what I see here, it will require some financing that I hope that they have made provisions for. But with that, Madam President, we'll send this to our organization and to the community on a whole to see if they have any suggestions for this bill along with the previous bill, and then we can proceed from there. Much obliged, Madam President.
I want to recognize in our audience, I think, Mr. Marshall Nunes, who is the chair of the Disability Desk at the Ministry of Human Development, Families and Indigenous Peoples Affairs.
Madam President, I beg you a short rejoinder to that. I did, Madam President, I did. I wanted to, I saw him earlier. Most people from this generation would recognize Marshall as a politician, a deputy mayor of Belize City, but Marshall and I, we go way back from when he used to coach Excelsior in basketball and volleyball. He's one of the few people, Madam President, alive who can testify to the fact that I was actually a decent athlete. So it's good to see Marshall, when not partial, in the building, and indeed this piece of legislation is to be celebrated. I also wanted to add, like I said, it's ambitious, Madam President. You have private enterprises can be compensated for making accommodation for people who have a disability. And welcome back, Minister. I hope you can fit the bill for this bill. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Bengushe.
Madam President, like yourself and Senator Perofit, indeed, it is important to recognize Mr. Marshall in the gallery this evening, and Mr. Ivan also. Both of them, I know, continue to do yeoman service insofar as their work is concerned, and so it is important to be able to recognize them and to know that they have taken the lead. And so with that, Madam President, especially with Brother Ivan being in the house, it is important that I begin by saying that we support the bill, very much so. And then to also add to what the leader in the Senate has indicated, and I want to thank him profusely for being able to give us the opportunity, even as we pass this bill today, to have the opportunity to be able to make our own contribution within the next week or 2 weeks or so. I will not say much more, Madam President, except perhaps I need something just touch me. And while I hear what the leader of government business has said, insofar as the Equal Opportunity Bill, I just want to indicate, and I think it is important that I indicate, as the senator representing the church, that it is important that we be consulted when that bill comes to the Senate. And I say that with utter seriousness because, as I indicated, I would not want to get the feeling that the church is being left out intentionally on some of these things. And so if consultation and communication will take place, it needs to involve the church also. But again, I thank him because there are a number of comments and suggestions that we have made concerning the disability bill, which we would like to see included. And I will not stand here and pontificate or ponder on them, but I'm certain that we will make our contribution and submission where necessary. Thank you very much.
I recognize Senator Dr. El McKay.
Thank you, Madam President. I will be brief, just to say that, as everyone else has said, that the bill is historic. It puts us on the right side of history. The bill is comprehensive and additionally covers some important rights and protections against abuse and negligence, for example, that are not covered in any other existing or proposed legislation. And the only thing I wanted to speak on, Madam President, is I hear the cries of everyone with respect to the cost, how ambitious this is and what it will do. But I just want to put out there that I believe when we want to do the right thing and we want to be on the right side of history, there are lots of intelligent people in this room as well as out there in our society. And there has got to be a way that we can work together to stage how this bill will be implemented, to give the proper time. There have to be creative ways, as Senator Perifeet stated, on how we can look at meeting the cost, for businesses through rebates and other things. So let us pledge today to work together to really see this through and to not let fear put us on the wrong side of history. I think this is an incredible opportunity to do what is right and be at the vanguard of what we need, where we need to be for a vulnerable population such as our people with diverse abilities. And so we wholeheartedly support the bill and hope that, the recommendations that are going to be given, both for this bill and the other anti-discrimination legislation that we just discussed, that those are going to be to strengthen the bills and not really erode their power. So we look forward to continuing to work with government on these. And those would be my comments. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Colette Montejo.
Madam President, not to spend too much time, but to again commend those who took the time. I was again reviewing Plan Belize last night, and one of the focus was to ensure that a ministry was established to focus on all aspects of the family. I have to commend Honorable Dolores Valderramos Garcia for the stellar work she has been doing in her ministry as it relates to bringing forth these legislations. And it's not just in this term, it's been in her first term in office. She has a stellar history. And Brother Marsh, I'm very happy when Honorable Dolores established the ministry, the disability desk in the Ministry of Human Development. And I have to commend Marshall for the amount of work he has done. So this bill for me is a serious wake-up call for this country, because leveling the playing field for people who are differently abled, and you meet them day after day. Recently in Corozal North Division, we had Dr. Einstein Bowden, who is a, let me see if I get the word right, a paraplegic? Yes, I got the word right. And we had a vetting process established, Madam President, and we were supposed to do the vetting at a particular location, and he messaged me and he said, Senator, can you change the location so that it will be easier for me to access it? And that woke me up to a whole new world, a whole new reality. And the importance of this bill, because we take so much for granted as a society. So when I read through the bill, I said to myself, man, it's way past time. So I want to commend Honorable Dolores, Brother Marsh, and all the players, all the key players in the ministry, and all the folks who participated across the length and breadth of this country. It's an idea whose time has come, and there's so much more that needs to be done to ensure that we have a society where people are not discriminated for whatever facet of life they choose to live or are endowed with. So, Madam President, I gladly, wholeheartedly support this bill and extend deepest congratulations to those who prepared it.
I recognize Senator Mark O'Brien.
Madam President, thank you again. Madam President, there is a special care, a special love that I think we share as a people for those with disabilities. And I have to say this again, it is very, very difficult, and it's somewhat disheartening not to support a bill of this nature for people, in support of people with disabilities. I'm certain, my family, and I'm certain that every family have endured some level or experience caring and supporting a family member or even a neighbor, as they become part of the family as well, of someone with disability. However, I have to say that, just like my fellow colleague said, this is a very ambitious bill. However, I also have to agree with Senator Kay that when it comes to persons with disability, we have to go over and beyond. And in terms of ambitious, implementing certain elements of this bill will be very challenging. And my fellow colleague, Senator Perry alluded to some of the changes that has to occur to support persons with disabilities. When you look at persons with disabilities, it spans a broad spectrum. Are we prepared as a nation in terms of support structure, in terms of expertise, to be able to identify and provide reasonable accommodation for a different level of disabilities? In education, for example, I mean, we say no kid should be left behind, and that also includes kids with disability. In a normal classroom, every child requires some level of attention, and we know that. I'm an educator. We have my good colleague over there, Senator Moody, who also taught at, I remember I met her at UB. And we will have to make special arrangements for persons with disability, special attention, accommodation, infrastructure, technology, care, support system, right, which encompasses a whole lot, which makes this bill very ambitious, but I'm pretty sure that this ambition, I mean, we're all ambitious people in here, and we know what we want and what we need to get done. And I know there are already major steps in education to improve facilities by all parties. As a matter of fact, also in the realm of workplace, in that of public spaces, there's all, as a result of COVID-19, there's some improvements to infrastructure in terms of ramps and so forth during COVID-19. However, the nation will be able to suffice all what is required to bring forth all the elements of this bill. Madam Speaker, Madam Senate, Madam President, thank you very much.
I recognize Senator Isabel Bennett.
Madam President, thank you. I rise to support the Disability Bill 2024 without reservation. As a nurse practitioner, it's quite heartwarming that we have a bill before us that is rather comprehensive and one that will continue to support a portion of our population that needs that support. Different terminologies come up from time to time. I had kind of liked the term differently abled, and Dr. McKay mentioned earlier diversely abled, because when I think of persons with disability, with no upper limbs, born in that manner, and can literally use their feet to cook, to do art, to be engineers or whatever, I mean, it's quite mind-boggling, because it forced me to think that even though I stand before you with my limbs and my physical anatomy intact, those persons are on the same equal footing as me because of what they can accomplish in their lives. So whatever terms we use right now, I'm grateful that there is a progressive government in place that is looking forward and protecting this population. There's so much I would like to say about this bill, Madam President. And it takes me back to my time in Jamaica. I remember being on the bus as a student going to halfway tree and getting off the public transportation. And I remember, of course, as a nurse, everything about a nurse as a professional, observation is one of the key things. And we are quick to use our senses to analyze in the environment and the patient. But on that particular Friday, I remember it very clearly, because always as a student, you make sure you go down to halfway tree on Friday, get your supplies, and then you head back to settle in for the weekend to grind, no? But what was interesting when I got off the public transportation was the fact that there was this humming. There was a unique humming. And I couldn't really understand what it was or where it was coming from. There wasn't any loud music on the bus, because buses in Jamaica are not allowed to play loud music. And so I remember sitting there in the bus and I heard the humming. It was unique, and I refer to it as humming because that's my own innocent way of describing what I heard. But when I got off the bus, it was the fact that there was a large gathering of Jamaicans at the park, and they were in deep dialogue, but there was no verbal words that you could hear what they were discussing. What I later learned was that they were out there and there was going to be a concert, and the concert was for persons that were mute. And I was, again, ecstatic. Of course, my time schedule didn't permit me to stay to observe more of what I was already baffled by, but I'm sure that according to my colleagues there, these activities still continue. Of course, Jamaica has a bigger population than Belize, so those levels of activities and the mass number of persons affected with disability in Jamaica is much more than ours, given the population, no? But that was one of the first things that gave me a much deeper appreciation of having to care for persons who are mute. My next experience closer to home was having to interact with the president of the Senate of Jamaica, Dr. Floyd Morris. He had always shared a lot of very progressive policies and laws that they were working on in Jamaica to help to protect and to help to give that same level of respect and academic achievement in that country. And so I remember those two experiences very, very dearly, but I reference those because I'm thinking of the population that we have. From the mere fact that Minister Dolores has emphasized so much with her team to put this bill before us as a nation, she's obviously looking at the fact, and us collectively as Belizeans, we're looking at the fact that persons who are diversely able can also govern. We are waiting on that day when we can also experience that, and the advocacy, I'm sure, will continue to increase and improve so that the child right now that is in primary school, I'm remembering that little girl from Wesley High School who is blind. She graduated as a valedictorian. And I'm thinking, wow, the next level that she can actually take, wherever her life path take her. It can very well be as the President of the Senate. Madam President, I support this bill for so many reasons. And from the mere fact that when I did the research on the United Nations Treaty Body database, that database actually has all the publications for the different state countries, and it made us very much aware that every member state must submit a report to the United Nations on persons with disability. And I looked at the long list that is there, and I saw Cuba state parties report. Their first report was due in 2014, which they submitted. Their next report is not until 2025. India report on persons with disability their report is due in 2025 as well, of course, because all the other reports have been submitted. But when I looked at Belize, and of course I was going to see where we were, Belize was to produce a report on the 2nd of July, 2013. Who was in government then? Senator Collett? 11 years ago. It didn't show me that there was a government or an administration that was considering people with disability then. In this time, on this day, this bill is telling me as a senator and the population of Belize that we have a government that is sensitive. Earlier, we saw a bill being passed for the Southern Deep Port Development Facility Bill 2024 that is speaking to a whole district. This particular bill is speaking to another portion of the population that is being respected, that is being supported by a proactive government. When I looked at Yenim, they were supposed to submit their report on the 26th of April in 2011. And I say, they were and still is a country that is at war, experiencing civil unrest. In 2013, we weren't experiencing civil unrest. I wish Senator Purfeet was here for me to remind him that we had no excuse for this bill to have been dragged out so long. And so the people of this nation have to remember, and we have to keep reminding them, the bills that have been passed have been brought before the Senate over the past 4 years, and even today, shows that we're a government that is in touch with our people. Madam President, I am grateful for the work that has been done. I am no specialist in this area, but I do know as a nurse that having to have research and having to do advocacy for persons with disability puts them at the level playing field as me, who they consider normal. I thank you, and I'd like to say to the care providers, to the families of persons with disability, embrace it, read it, understand it, because your loved one has been empowered, and so have you. I thank you.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I'll be very brief on this. First of all, Madam President, I rise to support the bill. I think it's a very progressive piece of legislation. Some of my colleagues referred to it as ambitious, and I believe that addressing the needs and the issues in this bill had to be ambitious, Madam President, because in so many ways we're so far behind in many of these areas, and so catching up requires a leap in many instances. One of the things I wanted to just point out, Madam President, is just, and I don't know if we're off on it or not, but perhaps the title of the bill, we just want to make sure that that is politically correct. Now, I've heard, I've heard persons who work in this area refer to persons with disabilities as persons with diverse abilities, and so there are other ways how you describe this condition, and so I just want to make sure that we are politically correct when we're referring to persons with disabilities. Madam President, I especially want to point out clause 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30 as being extremely progressive and inclusive. For example, in 26, in the Ministry of Education will ensure that persons are accommodated in education, and I think that's extremely important. In many cases, if we just make some simple adjustments, persons with disabilities can live normal lives. But we have to make those adjustments, and so it's critical that we do that. Similarly, in the employment field, 27 addresses that the employer can make some adjustments to make sure that an employee faces fairness in recruitment, in promotion, that they have equal work opportunities, equal remuneration for work of equal value, continuance of employment. I think those are extremely progressive provisions. And then in cases where the persons may have challenges in terms of accessing a facility or an area, that you redeploy them, have them work from home, have them work on the ground floor. I think those are extremely important, sensible provisions in the bill. Proper access to health care, I think, is extremely important. Like I said, I think that the bill is very progressive. I think that it certainly takes us in the right direction, Madam President. I think that we would all want to make sure that all our citizens are able to live in dignity, that they're able to care for themselves as much as possible. And I think that in many ways I see the bill as an empowering one, giving them proper access to education, assisting them to be employed and to have the proper facilities so that they can participate in gainful employment, I think is extremely important and leads these persons to live more independently. Thank you very much, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Denison. Denison.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I look up at the gallery when I see that I rise in support of this bill in honor of the life and work of Mr. Hector Hoare. Madam President, I join my fellow senators in recognizing the importance of a piece of legislation like this. It is a leveling playing field. It is a leveling playing field for those who most need it. I have spent a good part of my life living with a person with disabilities, and I will tell you, sometimes we had to wonder whether he was playing possum, because I see Mr. Nunes to smile, but if you've ever had bread that was baked by Hector Hoare, you wonder how he can operate the kitchen so well. So, Madam President, I only wish to make two brief contributions to this piece of legislation that is proposed. The first, Madam President, is given the magnitude of this bill and the ambitiousness of it, I would like to suggest that the government consider a multi-sectoral task force that will look at the staged implementation of this piece of legislation, because it really creates some very necessary but could become burdensome requirements on institutions, especially educational institutions, Madam President, as it relates to the rollout of these requirements. I will say that it for sure needs to have that discussion with persons with diverse abilities, because, Madam President, they would be the one who should drive this dialogue, who should be able to say to the government what their needs are and what the priority areas are for themselves. So that's the first point, Madam President. The second point that I wish to raise, and I stand here ready to take flak, is that the new 45A, which was clause 13, I will wait for the Minister of State and the Minister of Finance to turn to the clause. Madam President, on behalf of the persons with disabilities and diverse abilities, I plead with the government to have this act bind the crown without restrictions, because the funds of the government are that of the people of Belize, and as Senator Dr. Kay has said, there is no cost too high for doing the right thing. That's the extent of my presentation. I thank you, Madam President and honorable members.
Madam President, again, thank you to all the senators for joining and supporting this groundbreaking piece of legislation, which we all recognize has been long overdue. I think we on the government bench would like to align ourselves with Senator Kay. Even though it is ambitious, even though it is going to cost, we need to start, we need to set deadlines. Otherwise, we will find excuses and reasons why the status quo should remain. I want to encourage senators, you have until the 1st of August to send in comments so that we can make the bill the best bill that we can in order to achieve the goals that are set out in the legislation. Madam President, it would be remiss of me not as well to join those who have recognized the presence of Brother Marsh, one of the foot soldiers of the revolution, one of the captains of the ship, one of the most loyal and faithful and hardest working People's United Party member. But beyond that, a good man and a good Belizean. And I know you feel proud for our government today to be able to champion this legislation which you promoted, which Minister Dolores promoted, and to sit and listen to senators of all walks of life support the work, not as a privilege, but in recognition of your rights. And so that is what we are trying to do. Thank you, Madam President. I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to promote, protect, ensure the full and equal enjoyment of privileges, interests, rights, benefits, and treatment by persons with disabilities on an equal basis with persons without disabilities, to establish a National Commission for Persons with Disabilities, to establish a Disabilities and Equal Opportunities Rights Tribunal, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bill for an act to promote, protect, and ensure the full and equal enjoyment of privileges, interests, rights, benefits, and treatment by persons with disabilities on an equal basis with persons without disabilities, to establish the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities, to establish the Disabilities and Equal Opportunities Rights Tribunal, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Committee of the Whole Senate on Motions and Bills.
Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 68A, the Senate will now resolve itself into the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, a committee of the whole Senate, to consider the motions referred to it, and thereafter, in accordance with Standing Order 54, the committee of the whole Senate to consider the bills that were read a second time. Honorable members, I will now take the chair as the chairperson of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, and then as the chairperson of the Committee of the whole Senate. I now ask if the gallery can be, if visitors in the gallery can
Public business, government business, motions.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, with your leave, I will take the three motions together. Madam President, the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee has met and considered the resolution authorizing the ratification by Belize of the Convention of the Latin American and Caribbean Space Agency, ALSA Motion 2024, and has agreed that it be returned back to the Senate for adoption. The Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee has met and considered the resolution approving the reappointment of the members of the Integrity Commission, Motion 2024, and has agreed that it be returned back to the Senate for adoption. The committee has also met and considered a resolution extending the proclamation declaring a state of public emergency in certain parts of Belize City and certain parts of the Cairo District, Motion 2024, and has agreed that it be reported back to the Senate for adoption. I therefore move that the question be put with respect to the three motions.
Honorable members, the question is that now therefore be it resolved that the Senate authorizes the government of Belize to ratify the Convention of the Latin American and Caribbean Space Agency, ALSA. Honorable members, the question is that now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable Senate, being satisfied that the persons the Honorable Prime Minister intends to advise the Governor General to reappoint as members of the Integrity Commission are persons of integrity and high standing, hereby approves the reappointment of the following persons as members of the Integrity Commission for a further period of 2 years with effect from 1st April 2024. 1. Mrs. Andrea McSweeney McCoy, attorney at law with not less than 5 years standing, chairperson. 2. Mr. George Swift, member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Belize, member. 3. Ms. Catherine Mean, member. 4. Mrs. Zoe Robertson Zatina, member. 5. Mr. Ricardo Mughil, member. 6. Ms. Payal Ganwani, member. 7. Mr. Jared Isigiri, member. Honorable members, the question is that now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House extends the proclamation declaring a state of emergency in certain parts of Belize City and certain parts of the Cairo District made by the Governor General on 24 June 2024 for a further period of 2 months. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Reporting and third reading of bills.
Madam President, with your permission, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the Fiscal Incentives Amendment Bill 2024 and passed it without amendment, the Southern Deep Port Development Facility Bill 2024, the Millennium Challenge Account Belize Authority Bill 2024, the National Security Council Bill 2024, the Insurance Amendment Bill 2024, the Anti-Sexual Harassment Bill 2024, and the Disabilities Bill 2024, and pass them without amendments. I now move that the bills be read a third time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Fiscal Incentives Act Number 4 of 2023 to provide for exemption on import duty for foreign managers and foreign skilled workers employed by a person with investment of US $250 million and above, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to provide for certain exemptions from taxes and duties proposed to be granted to the Southern Deep Port Development Limited by the agreement to provide for the effective implementation of the Southern Deep Port Development Facility and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to establish the Millennium Challenge account Belize Authority with the objective to implement projects which are aimed at reducing poverty and promoting sustainable economic growth in Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to establish a body to be known as the National Security Council to provide for the functions, powers, organization, and management of the National Security Council, to establish the National Security Directorate, to provide for the functions of the National Security Directorate, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Insurance Act, Act number 30 of 2023, to provide for realignment of terminology and internal cross-references, and to amend the provisions for the disclosure of beneficial owners, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to make new and robust provisions for the prevention and protection of persons from sexual harassment, to provide for a right of redress for any person who has been sexually harassed, to repeal the Protection Against Sexual Harassment Act, Chapter 107 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to promote, protect, and ensure the full and equal enjoyment of privileges, interests, rights, benefits, and treatment by persons with disabilities on an equal basis with persons without disabilities, to establish the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities, to establish the Disabilities and Equal Opportunities Rights Tribunal, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Fiscal Incentives Act number 4 of 2023. Bill for an act to provide for certain exemptions from taxes and duties proposed to be granted to the Southern Deep Port Development Limited as per the Southern Deep Port Development Facility Bill 2024. Bill for an act to establish the Millennium Challenge Account Belize Authority as per the Millennium Challenge Account Belize Authority Bill 2024. Bill for an act to establish a body to be known as the National Security Council as per the National Security Council Bill 2024. Bill for an act to amend the Insurance Act, Act number 30 of 2023. Bill for an act to make new and robust provisions for the prevention and protection of persons from sexual harassment as per the Anti-Sexual Harassment Bill 2024. Bill for an act to promote, protect, and ensure the full and equal enjoyment of privileges, interests, rights, benefits, and treatment by persons with disabilities on an equal basis with persons without disabilities as per the Disabilities Bill 2024.
Madam President, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the Trade Licensing Bill 2022 and passed it with amendments. I now move that the bill be read a third time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to make provisions for trade licensing, to repeal the Trade Licensing Act, Chapter 66 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time as amended. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bill for an act to make provision for trade licensing, to repeal the Trade Licensing Act, Chapter 66 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn.
Honorable members, before I pose the question for the Senate to adjourn, I wish to take this opportunity on behalf of the Senate, for the records, to thank the former clerk, Eddie Webster, for his years of dedicated service to the National Assembly and the people of Belize. Your departure marks the end of 14 years of distinguished service to this institution in so many capacities. Some stands out. I recall when the National Assembly parliamentary session commenced in 2020, it was in challenging and unprecedented times. We were in the midst of COVID, and your leadership in navigating those uncertain times stands out. It was calming and reassuring. As someone who was new to Parliament and parliamentary procedures, your genuine welcome was appreciated. From the onset, you were a source of extremely invaluable advice in enabling me to take on the duties and responsibilities of a presiding officer in the Senate, generously and willingly sharing your wealth of experience and knowledge. Yes, there were many times when we rigorously debated our individual interpretation of the standing orders and the Constitution of Belize and what Erskine Mays says about a particular parliamentary matter. In many ways, you were a stickler to rules and regulations, standing firm on your beliefs and convictions, yet you were pragmatic and adaptable to embracing change and the collective vision for the modernizing of Parliament and making it more inclusive and responsive to the needs of parliamentarians, staff, and the citizenry. You took delight in sharing in many spaces your respect and admiration of the hard work and energy of both the presiding officers, which the presiding officers brought to the institution, and for the staff. You were always professional and courteous in the discharge of your duties, and I can say you always had the best interests of the National Assembly at heart. I am pleased to have had the opportunity to work with you, and I wish you all the best in the next chapter of your life, whatever that may be. Thank you, Clerk.
Madam President, with your permission, it's very difficult to find words to describe the moment that we now face. First of all, I would say that every word that you spoke just now, I align myself with entirely. Webster is a man I have known for quite some time. I have found him to be the consummate professional. He prided himself in the mastery of the standing orders, the procedures, the traditions, and the decorum of this honorable House. As you said, Madam President, a stickler for the rules and the procedure, but pragmatic. He was in the Senate and then was the clerk under the United Democratic Party administration. On every occasion that I had to deal with him, it was in good faith, it was professional, courteous, and when we disagreed, he simply said what his position was, and I left it there. Whilst I was on that side of the Senate, and I would try to find out something about what was coming, it was always remarkable to me how the conversation ended with me feeling that he had answered my question, but I am knowing that he had not answered that question. That is the mark of an excellent diplomat. He made me believe that he was answering, and yet he knew that I knew that his loyalty, his role was to the institution and not to go one step beyond where he ought to go. Quite frankly, that is the behavior and characteristics of an honorable man. I regard you as a friend. Very amiable, easygoing, funny, occasionally sending me a joke, smiling in the Senate when someone is throwing a forensic job. But then, in the room at the back, always raising issues of national importance. I was thinking about this. I was concerned about that. The mark of a true Belizean and a patriot. And so as you move on, I don't say goodbye. I'm sure we will sit and have a drink or two, and I will smoke a cigar. But I wish you well, health, wealth, and happiness, and enjoy time with your family and friends. You have been a good and loyal servant. Walk good, my friend. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Madam President. I can't believe I have to agree with Eamon Courtney. Webster, you are a disaster for making me having to agree with Eamon Courtney. I don't know, Madam President, that I can add much to what you have said and what the leader of government business just said. But all I can say, for me personally, as you indicated in your thanks to him, when anybody comes to this National Assembly for the first time, and when anybody sits in that chair, I like to say that it is the only job in the public service for which you are covered live. And as Speaker of the House in that lion's den, what you need when you first come to that job is someone who is going to make you feel not so overwhelmed, someone who can teach you, who can train you, and give you the tricks of the trade with the trade at the same time. And Webster was that person. On behalf of the United Democratic Party, for whom he served as a senator, but I agree with Senator Courtney that when he held this job, he was neutral, he was not partial, and indeed he was the consummate professional. And we will lose a huge institution in himself. And we will be sad that he will be gone and has gone, but we are also happy, Madam President, that we had him for 14 years. For my entire parliamentary career, he has been sort of a lodestar when it comes to the rules, the regulations, and all it is that we are to do, and all it is that is expected of us in these august bodies of the House and the Senate. So I join Senator Courtney Webster in saying, walk good indeed, Godspeed, and we look forward to being on that island with you, relaxing after a hard week's work. Not necessarily with Senator Courtney, you can drink with him separately, Indeed, indeed, you have earned the right to say you need to walk away, and you are the consummate public servant. And again, on behalf of the United Democratic Party and all the members of this Senate, we wish you all the best in your retirement. And don't be surprised if we still reach out to you from time to time for some advice and guidance. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Mr. Webster. Mrs. Webster is here with him, and their dear son is also accompanying him this afternoon. I can only say, my brother, this is my classmate in whom I'm well pleased. We came through ecumenical together, both you and your dear wife, and we have been friends ever since then. I recall 4 years ago when I came to the Senate, like Senator Perfeet has indicated, you were able and you were willing, without any reservation, to guide me through the standing orders and to ensure that I was equipped with those things that I needed to know. I thank you very much. One of the things that I can say of you is that whether you were at work or you were at home on the weekend, whenever I needed to call on you for something, you always answered and was willing to at least try to assist me in any way. For that, I'm extremely grateful. I want to indicate to this Senate that certainly we are both from Dangriga, and I need to emphasize that. It is my dear wish that certainly, as I have suggested to you, that having completed 14 years in this building and doing this work, and for me, I need to continue to learn from you. I hope we can do some work together. God bless you. God bless your dear wife and your family as you journey on. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Sir Remy, thank you. Boutique, muchas gracias. Mr. Clerk, for all the years of service to our country. I want to personally thank you for the respectful nature that you have always had whilst I've worked here over the past 5 years. You've always remained calm and very, very professional. And I will always remember that about you, your smile, your laughter, the interjection of jokes even during serious times. It helped to create a very balanced environment. It was the one that was very nurturing for a senator that was just coming on board, being very blank as a slate to what was before me. I do know, though, that as a man, what you exemplify now is simply because of the person that you have beside you. So I want to thank you too, Mrs. Webster, for loaning him to us over the past years. He has given so much to our country, and his name is in the legends of our country. He is part of our history. And so I want to thank you too. I want to thank your children for loaning him to us as well. And I will say, Abini Rooney, Mr. Eddie Webster, to you and your children and your wife, go off and enjoy your grandchildren even more and continue to look forward to the blessings that God has in store for you.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Webster, I keep smiling as I watch up there. I will never forget the first session we had together over at the Nemo building, and you were very, very open to discussion. You allowed us to ask all the questions that we needed answers for, and you are also willing and ready to guide us. I was also taken aback just remembering how I was on my way to school and I would see you leave early in the morning, and I kept questioning, what exactly were you doing at the National Assembly? What the task was, what your responsibilities were. And I was very happy when I got appointed as a senator and we became colleagues, and I was able to understand the amount of work that you were doing when you came early in the morning and you returned late in the evenings. I also acknowledge the fact that I would want to call you, you call people walking dictionary when they know a lot of words. You are like the walking standing order. I could have asked any question and you could have told me where exactly to find it. I'm very proud of you, knowing that you came from Dangriga. And I want to wish you the best in all your endeavors. And Ms. Santo, now you have him all to yourself. He does not have to come leaving you all the time. And also, I will miss late in the evenings when you would come, Senator, to deliver my package, or early in the morning. So for that, I am grateful. I wish you all the best. I know where the key is. I know the location. And I know where to find you. Congratulations on your well-deserved retirement. And I wish you all the best. God bless.
Mr. Webster, I want to echo the sentiments and expressed by my colleagues. I think that this is my first time in the Senate, first term in the Senate, and in those first couple of years, you were a tremendous guide in this process in terms of helping us to settle in. Everything was strange here. Even though you see it on television and you watch the news and everything, being here is a little different because, you're guided by standing orders and all these rules and regulations that you're very unfamiliar with. And so you're a tremendous guide and support. And I think one of the things that I always admired about you as well is that you're also always willing to engage on national issues, in the break room or wherever. And so I think, to echo what Senator Courtney said, just a true Belizean patriot, concerned about the overall issues in the country. And so, again, I want to thank you for all the support you've given, all the advice you've given in terms of how to get things done. There were times when I wanted to do something that was out of the ordinary, and you would point to the standing order where you could get that process introduced or whatever it was. So I want to thank you for all the guidance you provided. It was certainly a big help for me as a new person here in this term. Thank you very much, sir. And I also want to wish you and your family well in your retirement. Hopefully I get to your key and we'll have some more discussions at that point. But all the best.
My brother, I was going to just express thanks personally, but set me up, right? But I'm really grateful from the first time I was on that side and you were clerk, all the assistance, all the support. Again, it was never political with you. It was always about your professionalism, and that's enough respect. All right, so truly appreciate it, and all the best, buddy. right? I have to reach the island too. You don't mind if I sneak this in while I stand up for really thank you? I really want to also thank our female under-21 volleyball team for bringing gold to Belize. So, all in one basket, thanks, man. Thanks.
Honorable members, I join you in thanking Mr. Webster for his service. Before I get into that, I wish to acknowledge the presence of his family members. I think it is not acknowledged enough, and it is too easily lost on family members of men who are being revered at work. The sacrifice of their families that is required for them to be able to give to the country in the way a man of the stature of Mr. Webster has given to this country, Belize. And so I start first with a tribute to you, Mrs. Webster, and extend it to your family members for loaning him to us and for your sacrifice in having him be here and not with you. Madam President, I have only recently joined the Senate, so I don't have stories to tell you of the times that Mr. Webster has assisted me in the Senate, but I have another story. Mr. Webster has been the consummate ambassador of the National Assembly in all spheres of government. And I want to say that the relationship that I started with Mr. Webster was as I was a young drafter, and I got to know what rich parliamentary archives are here and exist because of the kindness and openness of Mr. Webster to depart his knowledge on any public servant who was willing to learn and needed to have that guidance as to what the Parliament does and what it has. And sir, I want to, as we discuss your legacy, I want to personally thank you for your lead in the in taking the National Assembly in the electronic age as it relates to having the bills and the draft bills and the acts of parliament that were passed public and available to all and sundry. Sir, I don't think that we will recognize, maybe not in your lifetime, how much of an impact that sort of leadership decision has had on our democracy and on our democratic institutions, that any student can access the laws of Belize as it currently stands. And sir, I know for a fact that you champion that cause. And so for things like that, sir, your legacy will live on. And I thank you personally, Mr. Webster.
Thank you, Madam President. Clerk, it's not easy for a 28-year-old young man to come in this chamber, but you made it easy for me. You guided me through the processes. You advised me of how to do my presentations, and I'm forever grateful for that. You have guided me, and you have made me improve on a lot of my presentations because you were there to guide me. Throughout the Senate Select Committee as well, you were there to guide us. So your work, sir, means a lot to us, to the country, and we're grateful for that. So I want to thank you again.
Yeah, Clerk, I only know you as clerk. I don't know anybody else as clerk. I just want to thank you as well. Coming here at the onset of this administration, clearly I had no clue about anything in terms of being a senator. And with you here as, in effect, an institution, I think you played an important role, certainly for me, in feeling comfortable, feeling at ease. And I want to recognize your contribution in that regard and express my appreciation. As everyone has said, you are the consummate professional, and I certainly share that view as well. Looking forward, I'm sure I'll still be calling you clerk whenever I meet with you. And I know where your island is. And I should say to everybody, it's in a Larkey range. So it's not far from Placencia. It's not far from Placencia. And so I think I'm sure I'll be there. Maybe I'll meet leader of government business, but I won't be smoking a cigar. I've learned my lesson. But I could also be there meeting with the leader of the opposition in the Senate. But I think we all need to recognize what you have been to this Senate, to this House, to the National Assembly. Thank you.
Madam President, Mr. Webster, I join everyone in congratulating you on your retirement, and I especially bring you Senator Chanona's greetings, because she definitely asked me to please thank you for everything that you have done in terms of her term as a senator. For me, of course, I am new to this, and but I have to say that, you know, no task seems to have been too small or too large for you to accomplish. In my short time, I have seen that. I also have this memory of you getting to my house, like, you know, very late, and I live in an area with a lot of bush still, and, you know, looking for my house. And I was so surprised to see you come out of the car. You know, I thought somebody else would be bringing the package, but there you were. And I thought to myself, you know, this gentleman is really someone that, like I say, no task is too small in your role as the clerk. And I just want to say that, you know, on behalf of the NGO community, we wish you the very best. It is time to enjoy your family, to enjoy your island, and you know, Godspeed.
As per Standing Order 9, I remind this Honorable House that we proceed on recess for 6 weeks, effective August 1st, unless the leader of government business indicates a need for a meeting. Kindly note also that the National Assembly commences the moving of its operations to the George Price Center, effective August 1st, to accommodate the planned renovations of the National Assembly, which is scheduled for completion within 14 months. That means our next scheduled sitting of the Senate will be at the George Price Center. Honorable members, the question is that the Senate do now adjourn. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it. The Senate now stands adjourned. And we had committed, clerk, one last picture with the clerk. I had committed so that he has his